Shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well today in Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom. Okay, there we go. Okay. Once again, Shalom, everybody. Let's get everything ready to go. Running a little behind schedule today, but we'll be okay. Yeah, let's just get our no, before we go on there, I just wanted to say shalom everybody online. Shalom ISBHPK, Houston, Virginia, brothers out there in Rochester, everybody in San Antonio. Hope everybody's doing well today. And let's get started. Now we get started. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathalanao. Awar. Zayawam. Thawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Alright. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathalanao. Rayach. Nayachacha. Thawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's after this one.
Okay, cool.
This is just for us.
Okay.
After we get to step 4, then we all rise. Okay. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
All right, I got it. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathalanao. Hashabbat. Bashalom. Thawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai. That gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anashya. Ayanyamya. Ahoyam. Ma'aya. Yabua'ah. Isaiah. Yabua'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'asha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Sheshemoria. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah, Yeshan, Sheshawamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tizalia, Ayel, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makol, Rai, Yashemor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Havalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Awalam,
Aman. I will lift up my eyes into the hills. From whence comes my help? My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayana. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayana. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayana. Yahweh. Achad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Shemayim,
Kodash,
Kodash,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malakwavka,
Lakwaka,
Thaba'ah,
Taba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Sayaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Ba'arataza,
Barataza,
Kawa,
Kawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashemayim,
Shemayim,
Nathan Lanao,
Lanao,
Lacham,
Lacham,
Kol,
Kol,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Waslachanao,
Lachanao,
Chawathinao,
Wathinao,
Kasalachanao,
Lachanao,
Chawathinao,
Wathinao,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Thabianao,
Tabianao,
Balasawan,
Basawan,
Abo,
Abo,
Hawashanao,
Hawashanao,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Rai,
Rai,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Laka,
Laka,
yeah, Hamalakwa,
Hamalakwa,
Waha'ala,
Wa'ala,
Wathaparat,
Wataparat,
La'ay Walamya.
Aman.
Aman.
Aman. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments next. La'a Yahaya,
Ayahaya,
Lacha,
Lacha,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Achayim,
Achayim,
Ayam,
Ayam,
Panya.
Panya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a,
La'a,
Ta'ina,
Ta'ina,
Laka,
Laka,
Pasal,
Pasal,
Wala'a,
Wala'a,
Ta'ibadam.
thy bottom. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a,
La'a,
Talakwacha,
Talakha,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawah.
Bashawah. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabbat,
Hashabah,
Lakodashwa.
Lakodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Okay. Number 5. Kabad Abaka,
Kabbat Abaka,
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a Tharataza.
La'a Tharatazah. Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a Thana'a.
La'a Thana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a Thagana.
La'a Thaganah. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a Thana. I'm sorry. La'a Tha'ina.
Tha'ina.
Shakur.
Shokor. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a
La'a
Thachamat.
Tachamah.
Ka Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'ika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatay Hawa Hashem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Ahawa'a.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan Lanawa.
Hawa'ah.
Hathawara.
Hawa'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Okay. Okay, Israel Yeshavim.
All right.
Give me like 2 minutes. I gotta make that. I gotta return those phone calls.
It's good, bro.
Not bad, Huck. Not
Yeah.
bad at all.
Yeah.
What chapter we on today?
Numbers 25. All right. 25 through 30, bro. 25 sounds good. Everything rolling, man. Shalom, Miss Dorothy Branch, Mr. Bakar Gabar. What's good, bro? Hayah. Shabbat Shalom. Get this going momentarily.
Okay. Okay, there
Let
it
me say
goes.
shalom to everybody online.
Okay. Where we left off last week, we were dealing with how Phineas sat back here and obviously was getting sick and tired of Zimri, which was a Simeonite prince. You know, Zimri was sitting back here and dealing with the wife of the woman of Midian, and the Midianite women were convincing or coercing these brothers to sit back here and follow other gods. And in the midst of, I guess, the people being convinced by Zimri that it was that Moses was being a tyrant, and that pretty much the Most High was being a tyrant, because what Zimri's example was being so piss poor that a lot of the tribe of Simeon was starting to go left. Okay, because when the Most High sat back here and was sending a plague on Israel, he was actually hitting up Simeon. He was taking out thousands of Simeon. So let's get down real quick to Numbers 25 and verse 10, and we'll go a little bit more into detail with what I'm saying. So Numbers 25. Oh, that's right. See, I got a couple things in my mind. Salakia for me being a little spacey right now.
Dawiyat, Shoshamatah, Banya Howda, Banya Shalom.
Dawiyat, Shon Shepatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala, Amajim, Rak,
Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
So Numbers chapter 25 and verse 10.
Numbers, chapter 25 and verse 10. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, hath turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children of Israel in my jealousy.
Matter of fact, jump up to verse 7 just to go briefly through a recap. Matter of fact, let's go verse 6
Verse 6.
down.
And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman of the sight of Moses.
In the sight of Moses.
In the sight of Moses. And in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Okay. And once again, Israel's crying again. We're crying and begging and pleading that. A whole bunch of baby faces in Israel back then. Bathwater drinkers. Now listen, if you read the Antiquities of the Jews and the Josephus, it gets really specific with them begging and pleading for these gals from Midian. I said it last week where James was, please, please, please.
Israel was really.
They was begging, bro. And it was crazy, like the stronger they came off, with them not giving into their gods, or not giving into the Jews' beliefs, they wanted them more. The more fixated they were about, we don't mind dealing with y'all, but y'all got to sit back here and mess with our gods. The stronger they were in that posture, the more Israel was willing to fold.
Compromise.
Fold and compromise mentally. Yeah. So anyway, what this is also showing is, as we read on, it talks about how this man named Zimri, which was a prince of the tribe of Simeon, how this prince and how leadership in general carry a lot of weight. And if a leader starts sitting back here and getting weak, it inspires or weakens the rest of the group. And it was showing you that this weakness or this quote unquote cancer was spreading like wildfire. And the idea of, it wasn't just that one guy that was in it with the Midianitish woman. They're talking about this one guy that dealt with the Midianitish, because she was in royalty also. She came from a royal family also. But it's showing you that they held the greatest threat, example-wise, A lot of other Israelite men were following that suit. A lot of Simeon was following this suit of their leader of their group.
Because it was justification.
Exactly. If he can do it, why can't I do it? So let's keep going.
And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand.
Phinehas had the courage to stand up and attack this issue. Read on.
And he went after the man of Israel into the tent. So that means it was a chase.
It was a chase. Listen, I'm going to say this. Listen, I can't say for sure. But what do you think he was going in a tent for? He was going to get his strap. He was going in the tent to get his strap. Get his sword. So Phinehas was going after him into his tent and did what? Read on.
And thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel.
But keep going.
And those that died in the plague were 24,000.
There was 24,000 people died in the plague.
That's a lot of people.
That was a lot of Israel that was sitting back here and trying to mess with these nations up. It was the people that were following this bad example that had to die. Let's keep going.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, who hath turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consume not the children of Israel in my jealousy.
Mm-hmm. So Phinehas' zeal saved the Jews. Read on.
Wherefore say, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace.
So the Most High gives Phinehas his covenant or his contract of peace. Read on.
And he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood.
Now, this is where we have to kind of like get some understanding of things. Why would Phinehas now get the covenant of the everlasting priesthood when Phinehas was already a son of Eleazar, which was a grandson of Aaron? Why would the Most High give him something, this special covenant of priesthood? Don't you think he was a priest already? Why was he given this covenant of priesthood? The reason he was given this covenant of priesthood was, let's go back real quick to, I think it's Exodus chapter 6, verse 25. Exodus chapter 6, verse 25.
Exodus chapter 6 and verse 25.
1 second. I think that's it. Yeah, read that.
And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took him one of the daughters of
Putiel
to wife, and she bare him Phinehas.
So, listen, when you sit back here and read in Leviticus, right? Now, this was way in early Exodus that Eleazar did this. The sons, does anybody know who the daughters of Putiel is? The daughters of Putiel are Midianites. So really, Phinehas killed part kin to him.
Wow.
He sat back here and killed the same Midianite people that was part his kin. So Phinehas really sat back here and made a strong, bold statement for his nation through his father's lineage. And his mother's side, he sat back here and attacked those people that represented his mother's side.
Wow.
Now, the reason that the Most High gave him the covenant of the everlasting priesthood was because you couldn't be a priest if both of your parents at the time weren't Israelites. So that's why Phinehas wasn't even going to be lined up to proceed and take the priesthood after Eleazar passed on, because he wasn't a pure seed. But his act of heroism and his act of courage and perseverance for his nation, all of a sudden granted him the opportunity to continue the seed of the nation through him, or the seed of the priesthood through him. Because of his mother, he wasn't going to be allowed to carry the priesthood lineage. It would have to go through another son of Aaron, because of Eleazar's choice in wife way back in Exodus. Does that make more sense now? Okay, so now it even shows even more that how he was down for Israel by taking out his kinfolk, the Midianites. Okay, so let's get back into Numbers chapter 25 and verse 13 again.
Numbers chapter 25 verse 13. And he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his power, and made an atonement for the children of Israel.
Exactly.
Now the name of the Israelite that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianitish woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, a prince of a chief house among the Simeonites.
Mm-hmm.
And the name of the Midianitish woman that was slain was Cosby,
Yep.
the daughter of Zur. He was head over a people and the chief house of Midian.
Now listen, the one of the major lessons that you always read in the scriptures is the power of example. And if your example isn't tight as a leader, the Most High punishes you even harder than the individuals who aren't leaders. Because people are looking up to you for guidance, counsel, what to do next, strength. The leaders can't sit back here and show weakness because it trickles down to the rest of the body and it damages the body. So every time leadership or the princes got weak, they got smoked first. Whether it was David, Korah, all these guys, Zimri, all these rebels had to go first, especially of the leadership persuasion. Okay, verse 16.
And the Lord spake unto Moses.
Now we're going to need the Josephus really quick in a second. But read verse 16.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Vex the Midianites, and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles, wherewith they beguile you in the matter of Peor, and the matter of Cosby, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague of Peor's sake. Because it was like a psychological warfare tactic.
It was exactly. It was. Don't look again. It wasn't just Midian. It was Midian and Moab. It was Midian and Moab came together to take down the Hebrews. It all started because the Moabite king, which was at the southern border of where the Israelites were, was afraid they was going to go southern and take them out. But it was Moab, Edom, and Midian was at the bottom. They were like, man, we got to stop them. But the Midianites were really tight with the king of Moab, so they sent their women up there to coerce them. So it was both of them, but Moses like, take out these damn Midianites. Don't forget, Moses had who there? He wasn't there at this. Jethro was obviously dead, but his wife was from Midian also. So he says, take out these cats. They got to go because what they did to the nation, right? So Midian got taken out really, really bad. They had a bad day. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the Josephus just to give some explanation on what happened in the war, because it doesn't go into a lot of detail about the war that the Jews went through when they fought the Midianites. Okay? So the Josephus, it is Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 7, paragraph 1. Book 4, chapter 7, paragraph 1.
Page 113.
Is it 113?
Yes, sir, page 113.
All right. So let's get that. I need you to get that from me, Joey.
All right. Chapter 7, verse 1.
Okay.
How the Hebrews fought with the Midianites and overcame them. Verse 1. Now Moses sent an army against the land of Midian for the cause forementioned, in all 12,000, taking an equal number out of every tribe.
Hold tight. I know you're walking and opening doors at the same time. Kind of short staff today, y'all.
Hey, shalom.
Shalom, sir. How y'all doing?
Shalom. What's going on?
The whole family, huh? Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, so let's get
All right.
this. Where we at again? Read it from the top again. First paragraph.
Verse 1, page 113 of Antiquities of the Jews.
Yeah.
Before chapter 7, verse 1. Now Moses sent an army against the land of Midian for the cause forementioned, and all 12,000, taking an equal number out of every tribe, and appointed Phinehas for their commander, of which Phinehas was made mention a little before, as he had guarded the laws of the Hebrews, and had inflicted punishment on Zimri when he transgressed them. Now the Midianites perceived beforehand now how the Hebrews were coming.
So Midian knew the Hebrews was coming, and now they were shaking their boots and trying to make some kind of preparations before everything just collapsed. Read on.
And would suddenly be upon them. It was a funny thing is he kind of brought it on himself.
Yeah.
Because we was chilling.
We weren't trying to get the Midians, and we weren't trying to get the Moabites. We were trying to get our land in Canaan. But you want to sit back here and do the most, trying to keep it real, and it went wrong.
Yeah.
They were trying to keep it real, trying to be fake tough guys. They weren't. They're trying to be fake tough guys. Think about this. The Moabites were already scared of Og and Bashan, and Sihon. And we wiped them out real quick. It would have been best to just sit back and be cool, play it smart, send ambassadors of peace.
Send some hookups, man.
Send some hookups, send some free chicken out, something out. Be cool. But you know what? Everybody was afraid of getting overthrown, and they ended up getting overthrown anyway. At least Midian did. Yeah. But once again, you know what? Really, on the Midian scenario, Mosai was getting Balaam out. That was where Balaam was living. Balaam lived in Midian. And Balaam was the one that was sat back here and gave them the strategy on how to break him in the first place. There was a lot of hate. So let's continue.
And would suddenly be upon them. So they assembled their army together and fortified the entrances into their country. And there awaited the enemy's coming. And when they were come, and they had joined battle with them, an immense multitude of the Midianites fell.
A lot of Midianites got murked that day.
Immense multitude.
Immense. And it was only 12,000 Jews. It was only 12,000 of us. We wiped out an immense number. Read on.
Nor could they be numbered. They were so very many, and among them fell all their kings, 5 in number. Evi, Zur, Ribah, Hur.
No, it said, 5 in number. Was it Viz? Was it Lil Fizz, man?
He fell with him.
He fell with him. It said either.
Yeah.
Evi, yeah.
Evi, Zur, Ribah, Hur, and Rechem.
Yeah.
Who was of the same name with a city.
Okay.
And the chief capital of all Arabia, which is still now so called by the whole Arabian nation, Akram, from the name of the king that built it, but it by the Greeks called Petra. Yeah, I'm familiar with Petra.
Mm-hmm.
Now when the enemies were discomfited, the Hebrews spoiled their country and took a great prey and destroyed the men that were its inhabitants, together with the women. Only they let the virgins alone, as Moses had commanded Phinehas to do, who indeed came back, bringing with him an army that had received no harm, and a great deal of prey, 52,000 beeves. 75
beeves. Once again, beeves are like bulls, man.
Oh wow!
They brought a lot of damn sacrificing animals out.
75,600 sheep, 60,000 asses, and an immense quantity of gold and silver furniture, which the Midianites made use in their houses.
They took all their furniture, man. Table sets, coffee tables, everything was theirs. Read on.
For they were so wealthy that they were very luxurious. There were also led captive about 32,000 virgins. So Moses parted the prey into parts, and gave 1/50th part to Eleazar and the 2 priests, and another 50th part to the Levites, and distributed the rest of the prey among the people. After which they lived happily, as having obtained an abundance of good things by their valor.
Listen, they were coming up. They took out 2 significant nations in Gilead, then spoiled the Midianites. They already had riches from Egypt out. They had everything. Mosiah was really, really trying to take care of them. They literally came into their homeland rich as hell and prosperous. All the animals you needed, the land was, even the land on the east side of Gilead was plentiful. And they're about to go to more plentiful land on the other side. Everything was setting up perfectly for the Jews. Read on.
And there being no misfortune that attended them, or hindered their enjoyment of their happiness.
Not yet. Not yet. Now hold that. We're going to go back into Numbers chapter 26 now.
Numbers chapter 26, verse 1. And it came to pass after the plague, the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, saying, Take the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel, from 20 years old and upward, throughout their father's house, all that are able to go to war in Israel. And Moses and Eleazar the priest spake with them in the plains of Moab, by Jordan, near Jericho, saying, Take the sum of the people, from 20 years old and upward, as the Lord commanded Moses, and the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt.
So now they're going back. This is the second time a census was taking place. The first time they did a census was in Mount Sinai, because they were trying to sit back here and set up all the men that was able to go to war. I think it was from 20 to 50 were the ages. And once you set these numbers up, it did a multiple amount of things. It set up who was going to go to war, and it also established, down the line you're going to read, the inheritance. Once you get the numbers of people, numbers of men in each nation, now you can set up the land mass, how much land each tribe gets would be based upon their what? How many people were there. It wasn't just about influence, it was about size. And land masses and spaces had to be set up based upon the number of people per tribe, number of men per tribe. Okay? So, let's continue.
Of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites. Of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. These are the families of the Reubenites. And they were numbered of them 43,730.
43,730. Read on.
And the sons of Palu, Eliab, and the son of Eliab, Nimil, and Dathan, and Abiram. This is that Dathan and Abiram which were famous in the congregation, who strove against Moses and against Aaron in the company of Korah, when they strove against the Lord.
Okay. So obviously those guys is dead. But keep going.
And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up together in Korah. When that company died, what time the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a sign.
Meaning, what is a sign right here? It says they became a sign.
Give us an example.
An example. They were an example. Their story was not to be forgotten. That's what a sign means. Okay? What happened with them can't be forgotten. Read on.
Notwithstanding the children of Korah died not.
So all the children of Korah didn't die. It was just him and a certain amount of people died. Read on.
The sons of Simeon, after their families of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, and Jamin, and the family of the Jaminites, and Jachin,
of Jachin,
the family of the Jachinites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerarites, and of Shul, the family of the Shulites. These are the families of the Simeonites, 20 and 2,200.
Think about this. Reuben was 43,730. Simeon is 22,200. Why the numbers were so low? Why were the numbers so low?
Kept getting hit.
They got hit just last paragraph. Last page. What they're saying is that whole Zimri incident, Zimri's bad example, caused a lot of Simeonites to have to die. He's showing you that number is significantly lower than Reuben's number. And you're going to keep seeing all the numbers are in the 40s, except for those damn Simeonites. Because Zimri's poor example led to a lot of people dying. That's the point of it. Read on.
And the children of Gad, after their families of Zephron, the family of Zephonites, of Haggi, the family of Haggites, of Shuni, the family of the Shunites, of
Ozni,
the family of Oznites, of Eri, the family of the Arites, of Arad, the family of the Aradites, of Arli, the family of the Arelites. These are the families of the children of Gad, according to those that were numbered of them, 40,500.
See, once again, the numbers, the average for each tribe is in the 40,000s.
Cut down half.
Exactly. Most likely took down half of the tribe of Simeon. So out of that 22,000 that were wiped out in Simeon, it said 24,000 died in the plague. That means a lot of that plague, people that died in the plague, were of Simeon. Just something to know. Read on.
The sons of Judah were and Onan. And and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah were their families were Selah, the family of the Shilites, of Pharez, the family of Pharizites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites. The sons of Pharez were there. The sons of Pharez were of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Hamul, the family of the Hamulites. These were the families of Judah, according to those that were numbered of them, 16,500.
60. Then you got 16,000. That means 76,500 Judites. It's a lot.
Right.
Judah was always one of the larger number of tribes, even from the time when Moses did the numbering initially in the first couple of chapters. It was always Judah. It was Dan was pretty large. Simeon was one of the large ones too. And today they screwed up, and I think it was Ephraim. Ephraim, I think, was the other large one, and they were always in the middle of the encampments. When there was north, it was Dan. East was Judah. Simeon was south, and then west was one of the other tribes. But the point is, Dan, when they would do their marching, would flank them because they were one of the largest armies. Judah was in the front of them because they were one of the largest armies. Okay.
Judah was east.
Yeah, but when they marched, they were front.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they were east in the setup of the tabernacle. When they started, and Dan was north when they started in the tabernacle. But when they marched, Dan flanked, and Judah was in front. So the two strongest, largest armies were in the front and back and flanked the people. Continue.
Of Jeshua, the family of the Jeshuites. Of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites.
No, you got to do verse 23.
23. The sons of Issachar after their families of Tula, the family of the Tulites, of Pua, the family of the Puanites, of Jeshub, the family of the Jeshubites, of Shimron, the family of the Shimrites. These are the families of Issachar, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,300.
64,300. Okay.
Of the sons of Zebulun after their families, of Shuret, the family of Shuretites.
It just shows you. It keeps saying, man, Simeon had 22,000.
Yeah.
Most High does not mind wiping out a lot of damn negative people in one damn setting.
59,300 was how many Simeon started with.
Yeah. Well, that was in the beginning of Numbers, right? Now, don't forget, this is the second generation.
Right.
So that was the people that can go to war. That was in year 2 of after Moses, because where we're at in Numbers 1 was year 2 of after leaving Exodus.
Okay.
Now we're in year 40, and that whole generation died off. Now they're doing a recount of all the young people that were going to go into the land again. So, yeah, they were still going to be a large number, because if you were a large number at the beginning, you're going to have a large number at the end. But a lot of them died because of this curse. Okay, let's keep going.
It says, the sons of Zebulun after their families, of Shared, the family of Sharedites, of Elon, the family of Elonites, of Zalil, the family of Zalilites.
Just Jalil.
Jalil, family of Jalilites. These are the families of the Zebulunites, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,500. The sons of Joseph after their families were Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh of Machar, the family of the Macharites. And Machar begat Gilead. And Gilead come the family of the Gileadites.
Gileadites, yes.
These are the sons of Gilead, of Jezer, of the family of Jezerites. Of Helek, the family of the Helekites. Of Azrael, the family of the Azraelites. Of Shechem, the family of the Shechemites. Of Shemida, the family of the Shemidites. Of Hefer, the family of the Heferites. Of Zelophehad, the son of Hefer, had no sons, but daughters, and the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mahlah and Noah, Peleg, Milcah, and Tisra. These are the families of Manasseh, those that were numbered of them 52,700.
Okay.
These are the sons of Ephraim, after their families of Shua, the family of the Shualites, of Bechar, the family of the Becharites, of Tehran, the family of the Tanites. These are the sons of Shuliah of Aaron, the family of the Aaronites. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those that were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph, after their families.
Not a lot. 32,000. Keep going.
The sons of Benjamin, after their families, of Bela, the family of the Belites, Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Aram, the family of the Aramites, and Shepom, the family of the Shepomites, of Hapom, the family of the Haponites. The sons of Bela were Arad and Nama, and Arad, the family of the Aradites, and
These are the
Nama,
sons of Belial, right?
Bela,
Okay, Belial. Okay.
were Arad and Nema, and Arad, the family of the Aradites, and Naaman, the family of the Naamanites. These are the sons of Benjamin, after their families, and they that were numbered of them were 40 and 5,600.
Okay.
These are the sons of Dan, after their families, of Shaham, the family of the Shahamites. These are the families of Dan, after their families, after all the families of the Sheomites, according to those that were numbered of them, were 64,400.
64,000 for Dan. Read on.
For the children of Asher after their families, and Himnah, the family of the Hemanites, of Josi, the family of the Josites, and Burah, the family of the Burites, and the son of Burah, and Heber, the family of Heberites, and Michal, the family of the Michalites, and the name of the daughter of Asher was Sarah. And these are the families of the sons of Asher, according to those that were numbered of them, were 53,400. Of the sons of Naphtali, after their families, and Jazrael, the family of the Jazraelites, of Guni, the family of the Gunites, of Jazer, the family of the Jazerites, of Shilem, the family of the Shilemites. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their families, and they that were numbered of them were 40 and 5,400. These were the number of the children of Israel, 600,000 and 1,730.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
I'm lost. Where are you at? What verse you at?
52.
Okay. I'm in the 50. Okay, perfect.
Unto these the land shall be divided for inheritance according to the numbers of names.
So once again, now it explains this census was necessary to establish how many people were going to go to war and to establish land inheritance. Okay, read on.
Too many thou shalt give the more inheritance.
He says, to many thou shalt give them more inheritance. So the people who have more numbers, you give them more. Read on.
And to few thou shalt give less inheritance.
So the Simeonites missed out, being rebellious. Read on.
To every one shall his inheritance be given according to those that were numbered of him.
Exactly. Read on.
Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers. They shall inherit.
When it says by lot, it's talking about by the will of the Most High. It says the size of the land is based upon number, but where the land is chosen is based by the Most High's providence. That's what the lot meant. However the Most High wanted it to be set up, that was how the land was going to be set up. Now the size of it was based on numbers, but the space and slots were based upon the will of the Heavenly Father. That's why you have Judah, Benjamin is on the south, and a lot of the 9.5s are up top. That was how the Most High wanted it worked on. Okay, read on.
According to the lot, shall the possession thereof be divided between many and few.
Mm-hmm.
And these are they that were numbered of the Levites, after their families: of Gershon, the family of Gershonites; of Kohath, the family of the Kohathites; of Merari, the family of the Merarites.
So once again, Levi was broken up into three families. Gershon, they were responsible for the transportation of the linens and the fabric of the tabernacle. Kohath was the lineage that Aaron came from. And they were the priestly lineage, and they were the ones who had to carry all of the sacred items from place to place. And Merari was construction crew, construction detail. They're the ones who had to carry all the wood and all the heavier items and all the fasteners together, and they transferred it. They did the transportation for that. So it just shows you the breakdown of those three families and what their jobs were in the wilderness. Now they're all going into another place, so they have to set them up with the census also. Read on.
These are the families of the Levites: the family of Libanites, the family of the Hebronites, the family of the Malchites, the family of the Mushites, the family of the Korites. And the Kohath begat Aaron. And the name of Aaron's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, whom her mother bare to Levi in Egypt. And she bare unto Aaron and Moses, and Miriam their sister. And
So they're going back from the beginning to explain Levi's originations. Okay, continue.
And unto Aaron was born Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar,
Yep.
Ithamar. And Nadab and Abihu died.
Yep, because they were sitting back here burning that strange fire.
Yeah.
Read on.
When they offered strange fire before the Lord.
And we know what that. Well, like I said, we can't say for sure, but that strange incense obviously has some kind of ties to paganistic rituals, and that's where the Most High took them out. On the most simplest level, they just didn't follow instructions. But we know Israel wasn't just doing some just honky donkey
just to do it.
Just to do it. There was a deliberate intention behind burning that strange fire. Okay, and at the time that it was burnt, it was right when the altar was consecrated for the first time. The fire came down from heaven. The Most High just said, "Okay, cool. Y'all did everything on a mock test run to perfection. You guys know how to do it." And right after that, they started burning strange fire. Amazing how the Most High, how Israel, when there's good, there's some niggerism that comes right behind it. And then when there's negative, there's always somebody that courageously stands up for what's right. There's always that counterbalance. Well, let's continue.
And those that were numbered of them were 23,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the children of Israel, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Israel.
There was no inheritance, and they weren't going to war. Because the Levites didn't go to war. Levi didn't go to war, and they weren't getting an inheritance, so they weren't going to get numbered amongst that 600,000 some odd Israelites. Continue.
These are they that were numbered by Moses and Eleazar, the priests, who numbered the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. But among these there was not a man of them whom Moses and Aaron and the priests numbered, when they numbered the children of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai.
Like I said, 2 years in, when they did a number in Sinai, there was nobody left from that group that got numbered. It's a scary sentiment to know that when the scripture says all flesh is as grass in 1 Peter's, no, that's not Peter, that's in Isaiah, I think. Point is that the idea that the Most High can just wipe out one generation and go to the next one should be something that we use to be fearful and appreciative that we're still able to be used for the Most High. We're still able to be used for the service of the Heavenly Father. We should all be appreciative for that. Read on.
It was Peter.
Yeah, speed. Okay, cool.
Verse 65. For the Lord had said of them, they shall surely die in the wilderness. And there was not left a man of them, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. What a coincidence, the only two obedient men of that Up that time period survived.
It was two obedient men, and it was two men that didn't let their fear dictate their existence.
Come.
Because, listen, why would those other spies give false reports? They were truly afraid. They were truly afraid, and they didn't believe the Most High would come through for them. So it was obedience, and it was faith, and it was confidence the Most High would be there, despite how things might have looked. Okay, let's get 27.
Chapter 27. Then came the daughters of.
Going fast, man.
No, it's a little fast. So I was going quick, bro. We got the 2 chapters like that.
I know. Let's keep going, man.
The son of Abner, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. These are the names of his daughters: Micah, Noah, Hala, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses and before Eleazar the priest, before the princes and all the congregation, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying,
Mm-hmm.
Our father died in the wilderness. He was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah.
They had to first say, listen,
Ha!
my dad wasn't sitting back here co-signing with Korah, all right?
Yeah.
He wasn't that bad. What he's saying, there was different levels of bad.
There's different
Listen,
levels.
when you was riding with Korah, you was in a bad spot. You don't want to be named around Zimri or Korah. Those are bad guys. Okay, but let's keep going.
But died on his own sin.
So he did sin. And he didn't want to change. But he died of his own sin. And it wasn't because of he fought this rebel Korah and Dathan. Read on.
And had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family? Because he had no son. Give unto us, therefore, a possession among the brethren of our father.
So what they're asking for, there was 5 sisters. And he says, my father died in his sin. He wasn't super bad like with Dathan and Korah.
Who is this guy?
But listen, is our family going to even have an opportunity to have an inheritance? Can you at least give us a spot in this land so our family line can continue on? Don't forget, this isn't like when we went into the land of Canaan and Gilead on the east side of Jordan. It wasn't like you can go on Zillow and buy some land of Gilead for a certain price. The land wasn't for sale. You couldn't sit back here and buy 3 acres once it was allotted out to a family in a generation of family. Whenever this land was allotted out, that was permanent, and that was your family's land in perpetuity. So what would happen is, if they were sons, they would just keep building different houses and properties on that land for your family, and it was enough land to sustain multiple generations to take care of them. And those properties weren't never going out of people's hands. And that was how every nation maintained some type of wealth. And even if a man had to give up some of his property to pay a debt, he would be giving it back. Because it wasn't about just sitting back here and buying up like Park Place and like playing some damn Monopoly. I'm taking out Park Place. All those blue ones is hot fire. Broadway, Park Place. It was 3 of us. Broadway, Park Place. What was the other one, man? Boardwalk. It was just 2. And you got to get hoteliers on them things and really bang on. Nobody wanted Vermont, the light blue crap, Oriental Ave. I want that crap, huh? I want those blue boys and those green joints on the other corner. The green, you always hit on green in that damn game, huh?
You sew up that side of the board, it's game over.
You sew up the green, even if you can't get Boardwalk and Park Place, you get the Greens Place, you're good. Because it's going all around, it's like 4 of them, and you just lock that whole zone down. Anyway, then you got to get the railroads.
Yeah.
You got to get them railroads locked down, and you're good. You can survive. Anyway, I played that like right during the pandemic, man. It was kind of cool. It was kind of cool getting back into that again. When nobody can go nowhere. Anyway, the point is, it's not like that when it comes to the allocation of lands for Israel. Once the land is in your family, it's in your family. And if a sister gets married off, she goes to her husband's family land, and that's how it goes. But there's no confusion. There's no like, oh yeah, grandma couldn't pay the taxes, and then Esau comes and takes it, or some Edomite comes and takes your land. It wasn't working like that. That makes sense. So we understand that once these plans were made, it was forever. So this is why these daughters are like, listen, can we get a piece of this land so our family, our father's lineage doesn't get wiped out forever. Continue.
And Moses brought their cause before the Lord.
So once again, this is Numbers 27
in verse 5.
So Moses, like, it's a good question. Let me approach the Most High about this. Read on.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, the daughters of Zelophehad speak right. Thou shalt surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren. And thou shalt cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter.
I had a question.
What's that?
So if they didn't speak up, would they have not gotten anything?
Nope, they wouldn't have got nothing.
So they had a responsibility
to speak up.
speak up.
And what it shows you is that when the laws were being set up, there were incidences that had to come up that had to be adapted and adjusted. Like Esau call them amendments to a contract. This is a form of an amendment. Most had to make adjustments based off of special situations. And the Most High does that to us even to this day. Based off scenarios, he'll sit back here and consider our situations. If they're not clearly stated in the scriptures. He shows you he did it here.
You had to stand up, say something.
Yeah. And just be humble enough to at least get it out there. And accept that if the answer is no, the answer is no.
Like the man in the bed, get up.
Yeah. Yeah. So where are we at?
We're at verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read verse 8 again. It's right here. It says, and thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a man die, have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And if he have no daughter, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren.
But it still stays in the family line. And that's the point. You don't just shave off land, because the land's got to go somewhere to somebody. The land should still be in somebody's name. Read on.
And if he have no brethren, then he shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren.
Mm-hmm.
And if his father have no brethren, then he shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him and his family. And he shall possess it, and shall be unto the children of Israel a statute of judgment, as the Lord commanded Moses.
Exactly. Read on.
And the Lord said unto Moses, get thee up into the Mount Abraham, and see the land which I have given unto the children of Israel.
So now he's like, listen, man. Moses, like, Moses, now all this business is taken care of. I want you to go to Mount Abarim, and I want you to see the land that I'm about to get you for your nation. You're not going to be a part of it, but I want you to see it so you can realize that, hey, they're on the precipice, man, and you did a great job, but you messed up on this one situation. But this is what the nation is going to get. Okay, read on.
And when thou hast seen it, thou also shalt be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron thy brother was gathered. For ye rebelled against my commandment in the desert of Zin, in the strife of the congregation, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes, that is the water of Meribah and Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin.
Now, I'm gonna say this again, because this is an important a lesson, especially in leadership and even in your home. The Most High was pissed off at Moses in the desert of Zin, in the strife of the congregation. So the Most High knew the congregation was off. He knew the camp was off. He knew the people were negative, right? But he says Moses' responsibility was to sanctify the Most High at the water before the people's eyes. When Israel is acting up, when Israel is sinning, when Israel is making mistakes, we have to make sure we stand up for what's right and get out of the way. What's so important for Israel, for leadership, and I've seen it for years, leadership wants to be a lot of times the center of attention. Leadership wants to be
The focal point.
the focal point, the beat in the chest. I'm the man. If it don't come from me, it ain't the truth.
Yeah.
That whole mindset is heavy amongst our people, and we want to get all the attention, all the accolades, all the respect.
It's a kingship mentality.
It's a kingship mentality, and the crazy thing is Moses wasn't even pushing a kingship mentality. He just hit the rock twice and made it about how angry he was, and expressed to the people how tired he was of bailing them out. So as Moses is saying, I'm tired of sitting back here and dealing with y'all BS. Let me hit this water. Now the people see that lesson. They see him hitting that rock twice. Now they think, man, Moses was pissed off at me. Moses was vexed at us. Versus the Most High was vexed at me. We're seeing how strict and how serious the Most High is about us not injecting ourselves into the lesson.
Yeah.
It's not about me. It's not about how you make me feel. It's not about how your sin makes me feel. What it's about is making sure that you understand that your conduct pisses the Heavenly Father off. And we get in the way, man gets in the way of Israel learning their lesson about that. I have to have a thick skin. I have to be able to endure being used and taken advantage of and screwed over, so I can teach you that you're wrong, to get you to see that the Heavenly Father has an issue with what you're doing, versus injecting my feelings into the story now. Because when I do that, now I make it less about the spiritual lesson for the brother and more about me. And the Most High is serious about us not being about ourselves. Does that make sense? So for that reason is why Moses wasn't allowed to make it into the kingdom. And we're going to also read in Josephus, part of his conduct was based upon how tired he was. He was getting older, he was getting angrier and more grumpier. And you couldn't sit back here and lead Israel with that temperament. You can't have that angry, emotional temperament and lead your people. Yes, sis.
It's like kind of reminds me of the scripture about being not weary of well doing. Like if he had just kind of held it together.
Yep. And I'm listen. This is easier said than done. He was taking SHIT from Israel for 40 damn years. And he slipped up once, and the Most High had to sit back and still not give it to him. That's tough. That's a hell of a verdict. But on looking at it from the Moses side, they were trying to kill Moses 38 years ago when he didn't have no water supply for him. This was not the first time they wilderness in them. It was a bunch of damn wildernesses where there was no water supply, that they was beefing with Moses because there was no water supply. So Moses like, damn, I didn't deal with this crap with your daddies and your mamas. Now I gotta deal with this crap with your children too. Anyway, so the Most High, listen, because you made it about you and made it not about the lesson that I'm trying to teach them. Because on the bigger picture, the Most High was trying to teach them faith at that particular moment to prepare them for what? These blessings and these wars and the results of these wars that was coming to them. So that was a missed opportunity for the entire nation to learn a lesson.
We can barely take minor offenses today.
God.
Let alone leading about a million people.
Mm-hmm.
And damn near 95% of them get you.
Yeah. And all day long, listen, I'll never forget when they said these guys had rocks in hand now. They had rocks in hand, and they was ready out. And he came right in the midst of the people with rocks in hand and talked them off the ledge. And then walked right back into his tent and said, man, they could have got me today. It was that one inflamed word, one angry statement.
So even the meekest man on earth.
You're too close, Mike. You're too close.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it's over, right?
It was a sensitive situation, and it shows really how.
Shalom. Yeah.
You know, Most High says he doesn't like a tumult.
Yeah.
People gathering together in negative.
Cut.
So you have to have a lot of faith just to be around people that can turn on you real quick.
He was
Yes.
the meekest man on earth.
The meekest man
Still
on
stood
earth.
up.
Exactly.
The meekest man on the planet. Said he was. We read into see he was inhuman. They said it was inhuman.
Yeah.
Quality.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what's crazy? What it also shows you, hey, he was in his 120s, man, and he still got stoned for what he did in his 120s.
I mean, you're never off the hook. Huh?
You're never, and that was you're never off the hook, and there's never retirement time. Man.
There's no such thing as okay. Well, you're that old, you can chill.
Yeah. I'm grumpy old man. I can just be negative now because I'm older now.
You can never do it now.
Exactly. I'm always have to make adjustments, and I always have to stay humble if I want the Most High on my side. Okay, let's continue. In Numbers 27 and 15 now.
15?
Yes.
Okay. And Moses spake unto the Lord, saying, Let the Lord, the power of the spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation.
He said, now it's time to set another person in your stead. Read on.
Which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord be not as sheep, which have no shepherd.
Is what he's showing you. The Most High at this particular time was the first time he called Israel sheep. Because he understood that, listen, if Israel don't have a strong presence next to them, they crumble. If they don't have a strong presence that they can see every day, they're going to sit back and make mistakes. They're going to get caught up in their own life, and they're going to fall. What you going to say?
He didn't even complain.
Oh.
He literally just adopted the mindset that he was supposed to have.
Yeah.
Like, let me focus on the congregation.
Yeah. You know what's crazy?
Griping,
Listen, did you read it? Remember Mount Hor? Where this Moses and Aaron went up there and said, take your garments off, bro, and give them to Eliezer. You're going to die at this mountain. Okay. Like, what the hell? That's what he said. Listen, 3 of us are going to go up here. 2 are coming down. They walked up to Mount Hor. He had to take his priestly garment in front of everybody so everybody can see the transition of power. Eliezer has the garment now, and he goes. He dies. Right then. Most High wasn't playing around with feelings. He wasn't sitting back here playing. How do you feel? Do you feel like you think Mount Hor is a good place for you to die today? What do you think? What do you think? You're like, man, listen, today he says, Moses, today tell Aaron this is the last day. Go to that mountain, have him switch out his garments. He's run his course. Come on. Now I was like, Aaron, check out Mount Abiram. Look at it. This is where Israel's going to go. You did a great job, but you messed up this time, and you're not going into the kingdom. Shalom, son. Shalom, man.
Shalom.
So now he's like, now you need a successor to come in here and take over. It's going to be Joshua. Now Joshua was the one that had ministered
the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. So he had got trained, and it's going to go into that in the
It
JLC.
shows you the importance of discipleship.
Mm-hmm.
Because discipleship is important. Because the Most High, sometimes the Most High spreads camps. Sometimes the Most High has things expand.
Yep.
And there has to be men that are giving up their life and then put themselves in position to learn and abstract understanding.
You have to serve before you leave.
From a working example.
You have to serve. You have to follow before you leave, because you have to understand what are the key elements necessary to get from here to here, and you can't learn those elements unless you learn how to follow. If you can follow, put yourself last, then as you start training and developing, you can see, okay, this is what a person needs to get to this level. He's got to sacrifice this, sacrifice that. He's on the right track. He's not there yet because he keeps rebelling and fighting the path I'm trying to take. He's not there yet. This person's there. This person's there. This is how the Most High works with us. Okay? So, let's continue.
Verse 18. And the Lord said unto Moses, take Joshua, the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit.
You know what? He was proven to have the Spirit. You know when Joshua started to get developed? Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember when Joshua started being touted as a person that can get developed and trained to be something or somebody of real value?
When they come out of Egypt, right? When they were assembling, exiting. But then he showed. Then he had
Give me a
leadership.
specific time. Does anybody know? You're close, and you're around the time. What was specifically when he started to shine and set himself above the rest?
Because alongside Moses, he was getting things in order with the transition from. Well,
I'm gonna say it. It's okay. It's okay. I've read this like 5 times. I know it's a little thing. It was when we fought the Amalekites.
oh, okay.
It was right after we crossed over the river, and all the Egyptians' weapons washed out in the sea.
Oh, okay.
We sang the song that the Most High was there with us. We got the swords and what have you. Then we went and fought the Amalekites, took them out, and then got their garment. I mean their shields and their war garments. So that allowed us to get ready for the next battle. But in the midst of us fighting Amalek was when Joshua was shown that his courage and his tenacity in fighting separated him from all the men. And all the men acknowledged that dude's valor was above everybody's. So they picked him out and said, okay, you're the guy. Then he started working and tutoring up under Moses and sitting back here learning from Moses from that time on. So you could say around, this is a rough estimate, he was with Moses for 39 years. Learning how to run a camp, how to run the men, how to develop the men, how Moses dealt with all of these intricate situations, how he handled all the ups and downs of the people. He learned Moses' temperament. He learned all the lessons he need to learn from Moses so that he can sit back here. And when he had his shot, there was a no doubt about it situation. I would imagine it's just I didn't read about his children and family. I'm pretty sure when we go into Joshua, after Deuteronomy, they'll go into more specifics of it.
Did he say? No, he didn't say that. As for me and my family, was the Lord. So the Lord.
No,
That was David, right?
that was no. As for me and my family.
Actually, I thought it was Joshua.
I thought Joshua said, "As for me and my family, we will serve the Lord." Yeah, he said that. Yeah. So he had obviously
he had family.
And what you said earlier, it was Peter and Isaiah.
Yeah. It was probably a quote in Peter from Isaiah. God. But okay, so let's go continue in Numbers chapter 27 and verse, where we at?
18.
Yeah, 18. Read it from the top.
And the Lord said unto Moses, take thee Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay thy hand upon him.
But he had proved through his works that the Spirit was with him. He says, and put your hand on him, read on.
And set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him a charge in their sight.
So he says, what's also important is that, yes, Joshua 24 throughout that, but it's important that when you're transitioning leadership, that everybody sees it. It was important that when Aaron died, the whole nation saw Eleazar get the clothes, and the transition of power was natural, not like some damn gladiator stuff.
Yeah.
Remember Gladiator? When Marcus Aurelius was supposed to sit back and give the kingdom to the gladiator, but then he sits back here and Commodus knows what's up and gives him a big hug to death and suffocates him, and then he takes out the gladiator and the whole damn movie goes what it is. That was that cloak and dagger transition of power. The transition of power should be in front of everybody. There's no guile, there's no funny business going on. This is a successor. And you can even see it from how much time the head or the leader is putting into the successor from the beginning. Then it's a seamless transition. Read on.
Verse 20, and thou shalt put some of thy honor upon him, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may be obedient.
So some of that honor, I would imagine, is some of that virtue that Moses had. Don't forget, Moses, when he walked around, he had to keep his head covered. That veil on his face. Because he had too much virtue that was emanating off him to where Moses almost came off as unapproachable because of that shine and luster he had from being around the Most High and seeing the Most High's hinder parts. So he says, he told the Most High to give Joshua some of that virtue so they could see without a shadow of a doubt that he was the point man.
Right.
Why is that so important? Because Israel needed a sign desperately. Why do you think the idea of judges were so important? Because Israel didn't need a king but they needed a man who could sit back here and be the leader and what do you call it, the motivation or the motor or the engine for the people. Israel always needs somebody to set the tone. This is why when tone setters were negative, they had to get punished so quickly. But setting the tone as a judge, setting the tone as the leader for the people was necessary to keep everybody else in line. And at that particular time, having a wartime record was important. He had to lead Israel in war, and he had to lead Israel in the willingness to follow the Heavenly Father. It was both. That's how you earn respect amongst Israel.
That was the struggle of the people. That was the condition people had. Everybody had to deal with. Everybody had to deal with warfare. Everybody had to deal with discomfort and lack of resources at certain times.
Mm-hmm. So he's showing you Israel. Israel had to lead our people from the front as warriors, and we had to lead our people from the front in spiritual acumen, spiritual consistency, spiritual dedication. So let's continue.
Verse 21. He shall stand before Eleazar, the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of Urim for the Lord. At his word shall they go out, and at his word shall they come in, both he and all the children of Israel with him, even all the congregation.
So what does it say? He says, and he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of Urim before the Lord. So who was the person that had to sit back here and communicate to the Lord once Moses passed? It was Joshua now. Because don't forget, Eleazar or Aaron wasn't the one that was going to the Heavenly Father asking this and asking that. Don't forget, Moses just sat back here and inquired of the Most High about the daughters and what should happen with the property rights and the land rights of the daughters. And the Most High gave him answers. So now, Joshua is going to be the one that communicates to the Most High and relays the answers and solutions to Eleazar the priest. Okay? Read on.
It says right here, verse 22. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. And he took Joshua and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation. And he laid his hands upon him and gave him a charge, as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses.
It's no different like back in the day. You see those old English movies where you sit back here and you get knighted. You put the sword on the shoulders and it says you're whatever. Now rise, you're Sir whatever, Anthony the Bruce or whatever the hell it is. You know what I'm saying? Hold this for now. We're gonna go to the Josephus, the Antiquities of the Jews. Now we are at Book 4, Chapter 7, Paragraph 2. It's not that much. Very short, to be honest with you.
Book 4, Chapter 7, Paragraph 2. Book 4, Chapter 7, Paragraph 2. But Moses was now grown old, and appointed Joshua for his successor, both to receive directions from the Most High as a prophet.
And that was where it came about. He says, put your hands on him and give him that charge. Okay, read on.
And for a commander of the army.
We just talked about it. You have to have both. You have to be able to lead in the army and lead with that spiritual connection and initiate that connection and fight. Read on.
If they should at any time stand in need of such a one, this was done by the command of the Most High, that to him the care of the public should be committed. Now Joshua had been instructed in all those kinds of learning.
Now he says, listen, that to him the care of the public should be committed. In the Most High's eyes, how does the Most High show the public or the group or the body of Israel that he's committed to them? He sends a man who can sit back and lead them spiritually and through whatever endeavors and work in the body that's necessary for the growth of the nation. He gives the people just enough to get through, but he sends them a leader from the front that can lead from the front, because that's what Israel needs. He just called a sheep because sheep need somebody to establish the pace, establish the mindset, establish the right drive to keep the people going and being potent, so to speak. Okay? Continue.
Now Joshua had been instructed in all those kinds of learning which concern the laws of the Most High himself, and Moses had been his instructor.
So once again, he was the instructor of Joshua since 39 years back. And he kept up on it. You could say specifically when he was in Sinai is when he got his training. So for 38 years, he was getting developed one-on-one with Moses.
It shows the power of training for the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to be putting our hands in training, developing young men, young spirits, so those spirits can continue. Because men get old, bro. This is fact. The men get old, men age, and the expansion is always necessary for groups and bodies of our nation. So we have to constantly focus, and the focus of the camp is always the youngest element of the generation, the new generation that has to be developed for the future. We have to constantly focus on our future, like a parent has to focus on their children. That's necessary.
Yep. And when it's happening, but what are you training? What are you training Israel in?
I would say responsibility. I would say perspective.
Yep.
I would say in interpersonal relationships, the proper conduct. There's a proper conduct to conduct yourself with the wife, with the sister,
Yep.
with the brother, with the new student. When the new student comes in, you can't have a bunch of carnal conversations. You have to make sure that your conversations are spiritual and positive,
Mm-hmm.
because this person is learning.
And you're saying the same thing. What I was trying to say is, it's the law, it's the scriptures, but it's also how Israel thinks, how Israel puts things together. It's the mind of Moses. It's not just the verses. It's not just the law. It's not just the information. It's the thinking.
Doctrine is necessary, as far as spiritual doctrine, the premise of being Israel, the outline, who the 12 tribes.
Did the second one get moved out?
We're waiting for confirmation.
Okay, cool.
Who the 12 tribes? Who did Christ come to save? Salvation. Who is Esau according to the Bible? Where are we at in biblical prophecy?
Mm-hmm.
All those in the news cycle, of course. To know where current events. Those things are necessary content to give us and develop a Hebrew Israelite mentality. But then you have to develop a mentality to lead sheep, because we're also required to be shepherds. We're also required to be priests. And there is a perspective and a mindset to have as an elder sister. How do you develop a younger sister to make her not moderate, but there's a intermediate development, and when it comes to her maturity level.
See, now what you're saying is, and we talked about it briefly yesterday, how there's Israel gets developed on an academic level, on an informational level, a knowledge of breakdowns. This is the scripture. This is the breakdown. Revelation 11 says this, and this. This chapter breakdown says this, and this. But what takes experience and training and developing is how to develop a brother from ground up, how to put a house in order, how to teach a sister how to develop another sister.
Yeah.
How to sit back here and understand the power of example, the power of winning the love of the congregation. How do you do that? What is that even? To win the love of the congregation, Ecclesiasticus chapter 4 and 7 says that. How do you win the love of the congregation? Because if you tell one person, win the love of the congregation is telling them what they want to hear. Another person would say, listen, you have to sit back here and bark orders. Another person would say it's a combination of leading from the front, giving
ensample,
being an ensample, but then empowering somebody enough, just enough to challenge him. How much is enough? How much do you empower the Israel around them? How much do you give them free reign to learn and make mistakes? When do you pull that reign in and say, no, I got to lead this one? When do you empower? When do you take away power?
Government.
When do you inspire? When do you sit back here and know when to drive a person past his limitations? When you know enough is enough. He needs a break. How do you work that? That's experience. That's time. You have been under the fire and you've seen other men go through the fire to know how to push, when to strengthen, when to counsel, when to teach, when to slow down.
Hey guys,
yes.
And that translates on a day-to-day level is good parenting.
Yes.
Because when you have a child spiritually, you know there's time when your child, they have more in them, they have more capacity, and they have to study more. They have to sit here and do more workouts. They have to sit here and try hard in a certain sport.
Yeah.
Then you know when they've given everything they have and their spirits breaking,
You
have to pull back, rebuild confidence, rebuild energy, go eat out, talk, get their mind to release, and then find another strategy to build their direction in whatever endeavor they're doing.
When you know they're being rebellious,
Come.
or when you know they just need to vent and
Come.
talk. Okay, this person's being off, he's testing me. No, this person needs me to talk to him and try to understand them more. The process of development is different.
And we have insensitive leaders that are unskillful. We have Saul, the Saul spirit, where Saul had the whole nation fast. There was a war going on. He had the whole nation fast, and then everybody was hungry. They went to war. Everything happened. He said, whoever eats is going to die. Then they won the war, came back, and the people were cooking the food because they were so hungry. But they were so hungry they couldn't wait. So now they ate the food with the blood in it.
They was eating raw flesh.
They were eating.
That was during the time of Saul.
That's what it's half cooked. We did in Bro's house. I cooked the chicken.
You eat red meat down there? You teaching the men to eat red meat out and breaking the law?
We was tired out. We was tired. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning out. Brothers had to eat out, and we were on this thing about brothers got to cook their own food, right? I was pushing that, right? So the outside was cooked in the chicken. You pull it out. And
First of all, did you cook the damn chicken right out the freezer out? Did you pull it right out the freezer out?
Yeah.
I knew it. Because if you don't take it out the thaw, you're destined for doom.
I know, but the answer.
So this man takes frozen ass chicken, throws it in the oven and cooks it at 500 degrees. You know, like overly high. It should be at 350.
But you
why are you at 5, B?
You would think that, the hotter the temperature.
I'm just messing.
But no, I agree with you 100%. And like I said, that was a bad decision.
Oh my God.
That was a bad decision.
Awesome.
The better decision is go out and get something to eat tonight. Get something to eat tonight.
That's not a good decision either.
Well,
The only thing open at 3 is like some Jack in the Crack.
I know.
Yeah, Jack in the Box. That's it.
So we're doing 3 o'clock chicken cooking up. It was like, you know what? The answer should have been make a sandwich or something like that. But we had no
Or
sandwich.
in the morning, take the frozen chicken and put it in the
That was a better
refrigerator.
move. But it didn't happen. So you have these last minute moves, these last minute decisions. So
we call those moves uncut gem moves.
We call it uncut gems.
But anyway, keep going. You ever saw that movie? That movie, the entire movie from beginning to end was pure chaos. And the reaction from one chaotic move to another chaotic move to another chaotic move. It was just a whole movie of just chaos. And trying to cover one bad decision with another bad decision. It was the constant covering up of bad decisions and bad decisions. Anyway, I don't mean to take away from the story. The lesson now.
I can relate to the story.
Yeah.
In a situation where he's making a move that wasn't based on counsel.
It was panicky.
It wasn't based on preparation, and so it has an effect on the people around. Yeah. So leadership's supposed to do what? It's supposed to be go through. They have a period where they go through practicing skills and getting judged, and we elders judge situations. That wasn't a good decision. That was a good move. Why don't you prepare? Why don't you get the procedure? Why don't you get the practices? And over time, men learn how to adapt and make better moves and decisions over time.
Yeah.
But if men don't go through those phases and they get to leadership, what happens?
Before you go, I cut the story. You got to talk more about the chicken. You didn't finish how the chicken was cold.
Well, the chicken was great, right? On the outside.
Was it?
On the outside. The seasoning was everything, right? But brothers eating it, brothers have, man, this chicken is good. And when you look up, it's just a little pink. I'm like, oh man, we don't need no salmonella poison in the brothers outside. You know what I'm saying? No, it was just.
That was different now.
Nah, it was the chicken was cooked super fast. It was frozen. You know what happens. You're a chef. You know what happens. Inside.
I'm going in my head, man. Like,
yeah.
The
bone was the bone.
Should have been.
Listen, the interior was pink. The exterior.
Just call me.
Man, it was 3 in the morning.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I would get in the car.
It was a 3. It was 3. It was one of those weird nights.
I'm gonna make some chicken.
That's good to know. That's good to know. But it was one of those inexperienced moves out, and it was stupid. It was really stupid. You know what I'm saying? So it's lesson learned at 3 a.m.
I'm sorry.
But no, it's on me. But the lesson was, okay, cool, you have to prepare things better. Things have to be prepared better, they have to be organized and structured better. That was us just to learn. But I'm saying the Most High puts everybody in positions, no matter where you're at in your life, where you have to learn by experience. And yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I appreciate your vulnerability.
Oh, I'm gonna keep it real as much as possible. I gotta keep it real as much as
I truly
possible.
feel that.
We have bloopers. You know what I'm saying? We have bloopers. You know, we're not gonna be 100% bulletproof all day, but there's experiences that when you make mistakes, it's good to have eldership or leadership that can judge and say, "Hey, bro, this is the right method to do it. This is the mistake that was made. This is what you could have did." Because what brothers will do is make an excuse. After we make a mistake, you have a great excuse. Well, I couldn't do it because it was too late. I was tired.
Council's too long.
Yeah, I was working all day. I was busting my ass. I was doing this for the camp. I was running across the street. You know, whatever, bro.
Yeah, whatever.
Israel always makes, instead of just taking our check and taking our correction, which wasn't to destroy us, Israel will make a great justification or excuse. And what leadership's job to do is to show, listen, you could have done better. Instead of doing this A, B, and C, what you should have did was get up at 6:30 in the morning and prep it. Nobody wanted to be up at 6:30 in the morning.
See,
That's the real problem. The problem was morning slothfulness. Yeah. No one wanted to wake up early. But that's not going to be the excuse. The excuse is going to be, man, I was in council all night. Class went late. Brother went to council. I had to do this.
Had to give rides.
I had to give rides. I had to go to Walmart. You know, brothers say all kind of things, and we make excuses because what I'm trying to really say in a nutshell is we get blinded by our own excuses. And when we get blinded by our own excuses, we need someone who's, the best term for it would be, you know, you have an inside person, an outside person, a third person perspective, an objective perspective. We're all subject to our emotional reasoning. Based on my emotion, based on how I feel, this really was the case. But we have someone that's non-objective that can see it from a non-emotional viewpoint. Now I can give you a fair and balanced look at that situation. Is that clear?
Yeah.
So in the midst of us learning our lessons, in the midst of us learning, you have to make mistakes to learn. It's good to have an elder as a safety net that can back you up when you make a mistake. I call it walking the tightrope. When you walk the tightrope, you have to have a safety net where if I slip, I know I got a safety net. That's what elder sisters are for. That's what elder brothers are for. And intermediate brothers are for. They're here to be a tightrope, or not tightrope, but they're here to be a safety net to protect you from completely hurting or harming yourself. Same thing goes for a camp. You have to have people that are there that are connected to the inner workings of a house, inner workings of your marriage. There's marriages in the camp that they have challenging situations, and they need someone that has experience, 10 to 15 years experience in raising children in marriage that have had those same experiences, so that if a family slipped off the net, guess what? They have another family that they can find out, hey, this right here, you want to organize a schedule like this. You know, the baby's formula needs to be like this. You know, the mama, she's pregnant, she needs to eat these certain herbs, these certain things for a strong body. She needs more hydration. She needs more water so the baby can swim more. These things are necessary for a first-time mother, for a first-time father, for a first-time brother, for a brand new marriage. The benefit of being in a camp is you have not only the breakdowns, but you have people with experience that can give you successful understanding. Even in the brother's house, when you have young men coming that are transitioning from the world to the truth. We're doing basically rehab. It's rehabilitation. So that's the necessity of having 39 years, Moses raising Joshua for 39 years. That way when Moses dies, the nation won't go through extreme transitions. And now we don't have 39 years. We're not trying to wait 39 years, but we're saying in your particular arena, in your particular agenda where you're going at that in the truth, what is your next level of development? And who is helping guide and give you what's necessary for you to be that next position successfully? We should all be Joshua's. What I'm trying to say, we should all learn by experience and go through different processes.
And that's the goal that this camp is all about. It's to develop as many men as want to push themselves beyond their comfort level. Because that's what it takes to build leaders. What it takes to build leaders is the accessibility of the instructor, and also the willingness of the student to continue to get pushed at an accelerated rate past their comfort level. And in order for that to happen, and that's what it takes to be ready to lead and guide men. I'm gonna just repeat it again. There's an academic leader, and there's a leader through example.
And I make this point, and the only problem with academic leadership, from my personal experiences, it ends up being theoretical.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Listen, academic leadership just gives you church.
That's the better answer.
Academic leadership gives you church. And it's not about wickedness and righteousness here. We're just trying to show you the value and importance of hands-on instruction. Yes.
Can you clarify again what academic leadership is?
Academic leadership would just be leadership from just teaching scriptures and Bible verses and not having the ability or willingness to walk a person through how to change these things. It's one thing to give you the law and the scriptures about what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do, but our people, Most High just said it in Numbers 27, our people are sheep.
Yeah.
And if our people are sheep, what does that mean? If I say, listen, sheep, stay in this line. Don't go over there in the woods because there's some damn carnivore animals, wolves,
guys,
that are trying to kill you over there. Stay here. What's she gonna do?
Wandering.
They're gonna want whatever. You got some food in your hands. They're gonna eat your food in your hand. They might like you. They might rub their heads around you and stuff. And you're giving them significant life or death instructions.
Yeah.
And they're looking at, what's this guy saying? So what does that shepherd need to do to keep these sheep in line? I gotta have these crazy not even ravenous, but these crazy dogs that keep pushing them this direction. They might have 2 or 3 dogs that the sheep want to go do this. The dog got to push them that way. Exactly. And that sheepdog, it reminds them, hey, stop going this way. Go that way. Don't go this way. Go that way. So that means that shepherd's whole day is based on what? Just making sure the sheepdog is doing its job. And then while that sheepdog is barking and running around and doing whatever he's doing, I got to make sure that all the sheep, because you got the sheep in the front and the sheep in the flank. So if the dog is up in the front, what do I got to do? You ever see those little hooks that the shepherds have? I got to snatch that damn sheep's head and go this way. Nope, you're going this way. The sheep literally needs that sheep hook to pull them to go to the direction you want them to go. So the shepherd has to be, his job is making sure the sheep don't fall into danger. And you can't develop people that an academic teacher can't walk you through how to stay away from danger. It's more of a hands-on type of situation.
Yeah, hands-on. Then you have, doctrine, which is phenomenal. Doctrine is definitely important. You can't not have doctrine. You can't not have information.
That's everything.
Information is the development of the mind for what we do.
Yeah.
But you have to have hands-on also, or the people fall in the pits.
Yeah.
You want Ecclesiastes 4:10?
What is it?
Father.
Read it.
Ecclesiastes 4 verse 10. Be as a father unto the fatherless,
Yeah.
and instead of a husband unto their mother. So shalt thou be as the son of the Most High,
So you read on.
and he shall love thee more than thy mother doeth.
He says, be as a father unto the fatherless. What does that mean?
When you really think about that, that means like it's one thing to read it, but so if I look at my son, then I look at you the same way.
Mm-hmm.
It's what I am for him,
Mm-hmm.
I mean that for you, for what you don't have.
Yeah.
That means all the time
Yeah.
that I may not have, I
Yeah.
gotta give it anyway.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, I am starting over with a mind that already has opinions and outlooks on life.
Right.
So not only do I have to walk you through change, I have to win your trust just so I can start dealing with your bad habits, so I can curtail your bad habits. You look at a sheep, even on a shepherd, on the animal level, animals have what? Habits. Mankind has habits. What is half the battle when you develop in Israel? Helping to break their habits, their destructive habits. So just like a shepherd has to sit back here and make sure that the sheep, he has to keep breaking their habits. I've never been a shepherd in my life, but you can tell certain shepherds know certain sheep. have tendencies to leave break the group. Others stay in the group, others break. Others click up. Some sheep move too slow. Some sheep want to move too fast. So I have to understand, the one that wants to move too fast, I got to corral him back. The one that moves too slow, I got to push him up. The one that wants to veer to the right, the one that likes to always sniff and pee around new grass, I got to pull his butt to the inside again. What do you think teaching and developing men and women is? And children, it's the same thing. I got to learn you, get to understand you, to help break your habits. And that in itself is a job. That's your life right there. That is your life.
That's taking responsibility for your people.
But see, everybody, that's what the most says, it's not about being a lord over your flock. Because being a lord over your flock is about barking orders, saying this, you can't do this, you can't do this, and I'm going to sit back and drop demands. It's very humbling to be a shepherd. To be a leader and a shepherd at the same time is humbling, it's difficult, and you realize your life don't mean nothing. Your life is predicated on making sure a bunch of sheep get it together.
Yeah, you don't have your own life. Your life is sheep, sheep, sheep.
Exactly.
Sheep, 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 sheep. Lots of sheep. Because guess what? You get
because once you train this set of sheep,
this sheep's good.
Now I got 15 more sheep.
New sheep showing
They got 15 bad habits that you got to keep breaking
and they're
to lock into the other sheep that already have their approaches right.
They're not wicked. It's just you have to learn the temperament
of
sheep. And listen.
Listen. I don't want them to go here. Get over here like this, and you pull them over. And they keep going away.
And you become a broken record. You become a broken record, and you say the same thing you said 1,000 times 5 years ago, 2 years ago.
But that's what being an instructor is.
And you have, in the root of it, you have to have enough love to continue to be a broken record.
Because you know how easy it is? If I don't got to worry about this and I can go do me, live my life and just not worry about these sheep. I know how to follow the law. I got it.
Take care of yourself. Man.
I know how to take care of myself. Why go deal with this? Why stress myself out times 10 for this? Because Christ said, or the Most High said, how can you say you love the Most High if you don't love your brother? We say you love the Most High all the damn time in the world. But how can I love the Most High which I don't see? But I don't want to put the work in and show love to people that I see every day.
That's pretty much what we do anyway. So like, some brothers, quote unquote, leave the truth, so to speak. You just free yourself up from things.
It's just freedom.
Or what you want to do.
Yes, it's freedom. Give me free. It's freedom. Because even the people who leave, it ain't like they're breaking laws half the time. They might slip a little bit, but they'll fit in their pocket. They'll do them, and life is just about sustaining them. So it's about sustaining a life for you, or revolving your life around the sick and the people who need you at a high level. And can I give myself to people who need me, or am I going to sit back and live an easier life and live for me? The same thing for sisters. It's easy to stay at the house and just focus on your husband. It's a lot harder when you got to go around 10, 15 new sisters with a bunch of habits. And you know, sisters, I don't like being around sisters, Okay. That happens all the time. Now I got to sit back and win and corral those sisters and befriend them and show them how to help themselves. And half of them, they don't want to help. They don't even want help. It's the same battle for women as it is for men. Am I making sense?
It's 1,000%.
That's what makes serving the Most High hard. When you get the law and the scriptures and you just get to sit and read the Torah, that's all win. You're not losing. What are you losing when you hear the Bible and you got awesome breakdowns?
I'm getting smarter.
And you get turned up.
Smarter and smarter on you
like,
dumb mother. Like you start going online and blowing people up online. I just love that time period. I used to go on websites. I'm looking for you. I got you.
This one goes out for you, and you.
I hope I ruin your day.
It's like kicking the door of everybody. This one goes out to you, and you got a verse for you and you and you.
Prepare slaughter for the children of it.
Yes! The kingdom is falling!
You got to feel it. Yeah, and you're going to work and you're feeling good out. You look at your phone. God is there. He ain't got nothing to say.
He's angry.
He got nothing to say. That period is a
That's
great
so
period.
hilarious.
It feels phenomenal. Then you look up, and then all of a sudden, like, Spirit don't let you do it no more because it's like, okay, how many people are going to slay online? And then it's like,
No, there's people who are professional online slaves.
Yeah, it's online.
That's what they do.
Assassins.
20 ninjas out. 20-year Bible cutting ninjas out.
Yeah,
That's their occupation.
They save the day on a lot of websites because people be talking trash out, and those ninjas just show up out of nowhere. Like, who is this guy? X-23,000 Shalom is like killing everybody.
X-23,000.
Who is this dude, man? He is killing everybody right now. I just blood all over the digital space. So you're like, those guys are awesome.
What color is the blood?
I don't know what it's like. I don't know, it's like these bunch of numbers and stuff.
Binary code. 0011100111010101001.
Bleeding numbers out.
Oh my God!
You know what I'm saying?
So
that time period is awesome, and then reality hits, and it's like, okay, cool, we got a new student, bro. You're gonna sit here and, start from scratch, bro. Stop killing people online that don't show up anyway. They never believe anyway.
Yep.
Stop slaying Egyptians.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm saying, and Edomites. Yeah, blowing up Moors and showing people that their religion is drawn to be Catholic.
You know what's crazy? Because you're gonna run into more Israel that has problems with the game of life.
Yeah.
And you come into Israel where people you can just give some information and they just take it and flip it and get better at it. I'm gonna repeat that. You're gonna find more people that you can teach them all day long. You can give them Bible verses and breakdowns, and that is not enough for them to rehabilitate. They need time, energy, and time invested. You might have a small handful of people that can take some verses and breakdowns, take it, and just fly with it. Most people that come through these doors need one-on-one attention. They need significant one-on-one attention. You might get 5% of Israel come in and get some knowledge, lace them up, they feel good, they can put two and two together and learn and grow and move on with their life. But the ones who need to be fathers for them, that is more than anything. This is what was being talked about in Ecclesiastes about giving to the poor. What is giving to the poor? The ones who can't do it on their own.
I gotta pull the scripture.
What's my
right
problem?
I gotta pull the scripture.
You take my
I'll probably jack it. No, I didn't jack it.
Okay.
I gotta pull the scripture. This is Job 29 and verse 1.
Job 29.
Job
chapter. What verse?
Verse 1 on down. Let's read the whole chapter. It just extends the point.
Okay. Job chapter 29, verse 1. Read.
Moreover, Job continued his parable and said,
Read on.
Oh, that I were as in months past, as in the days when the Most High preserved me.
He said, oh man, I could wish I wish I could be like the days when the Most High preserved, because remember Job had all over his skin, he had the sickness, he had all those sores all over his body. He was dealing with, the whole story of Job was a long story. He had got sick, he had sores all over his body, he looked like a dragon. He had to be in the nighttime because people would look at him looking all crazy. All right, read on.
Okay. In the days when the Most High preserved me,
read a little faster, sir.
When his candle shine upon my head, and when by his light I walk through darkness.
When his candle shone upon my head, and by his light I walk through darkness. So he says, the Most High was shining in his spirit. The Most High was in his mind. Read.
As I was in the days of my youth, when the secret of the Most High was upon my tabernacle.
Read on.
When the Almighty was yet with me, when my children were about me.
Read on.
When I washed
my he said, as when my children were about me. So he's remembering the time in his youth when he was strong in his spirit, before he lost his family and all his wealth and everything he had. Read on.
When I washed my steps with butter, and the rock poured me out of rivers of oil.
And the rock poured out rivers of oil. Prosperity. We had prosperity in his life. Read on.
When I went out of the gates through the city when I prepared my seat in the street.
So he had an eminent position in the street, meaning he was a man of importance. Read on.
The young men saw me and hid themselves.
Uh-huh.
And the aged arose and stood up.
Everybody respected him. Read on.
The princes refrained talking and laid their hand on their mouth.
People were silent before him because he was a man of wisdom. So they heard his opinion. Read on.
The nobles held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to the roof of their mouth.
Read on.
When the ear heard me, then it blessed me. And when the eyes saw me, it gave witness to me.
So people listened and people saw and paid attention to Job in his youth. When he had a spirit, everything was together. Before he had lost everything. Read on.
Because I delivered the poor that cried.
What was this pattern?
Because I delivered the poor that cried.
He had the respect of the city. And he had the respect of his nation because he delivered the poor that cried. He was focused on delivering the poor. That's the job of a shepherd, to deliver a man out of an impoverished condition. You don't got to be physical poverty. It can be spiritual, intellectual, mental, life poverty, lacking of certain understandings and skill sets. Read.
Because I delivered the poor that cried and the fatherless.
All right, that's
What verse is that, my Waller?
That's verse 12.
Okay.
All right, read on.
And the fatherless and him that had none to help me.
So he delivered the poor that cried, people that asked and had complaints and issues and problems. He made sure he used his wisdom and his development for them. That was the purpose of fattening himself up in wisdom and knowledge and understanding. The most, remember, it said previously, verse 3, when his candle shined upon my head, and when his light I walked through darkness. So the Most High shined in his mind by developing him through the scriptures and wisdom. He took that scripture and wisdom and that knowledge and understanding and that reputation and that authority amongst the people, and he used that power to
go into darkness.
To go into darkness and help the poor that cried. All that development was for the poor or the people that lacked understanding. And then read that point again.
Because I delivered the poor that cried and the fatherless.
He delivered the poor that cried and the fatherless. Fatherless means they have to be without a guide. Those that needed guidance, people that needed guidance, all that development and that self-augmentation, it wasn't for the sake of self-promotion and ego. It was for the sake of service and giving. All right, read on.
And him that had none to help him.
Him that had none to what?
Help him.
So he was looking for those that needed help. So the purpose of us augmenting ourselves, and the purpose of us immersing in these scriptures, and the purpose of us developing the wisdom, knowledge, understanding on a spiritual level, academic level, on an experience level, was just to yield that to those that are impoverished amongst our people. Read on.
The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me.
The blessing of him that was ready to perish. Man, this man was ready to give up his life. He was ready to quit life, ready to commit suicide, ready to go deeper into his vices and destroy his spirit. You know what he did? He pulled a person, he helped milk a man or wean a man off his vices, and he helped pull a man off the ledge of self-destruction. Read.
And I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy.
He caused the widow's heart to sing. A widow is a woman that has no guy and masculine authority in her home. So all the responsibilities on her, all the finances, all the thinking, all the planning, all the structure,
all the raising of children,
all the challenges she has to deal with, and then she doesn't have protection. What did Job do? He took all of his augmentation, all of his biblical authority, all of his knowledge, understanding, all his power, and what did he do? He siphoned himself to the benefit and the protection of those that were in need, that didn't have masculine protection, masculine authority, had someone to look out, had a guide. You know, it's a life of inconvenience is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
Because
you got him right. Tell Mom.
You got it.
Go.
Thank you, sir.
Water.
So with all the self-building he did and all the absorbing he did of the wisdom of the Most High, it was just to inconvenience himself for the needs of the impoverished. All right, that's what real charity is about. It's not like these tax exemptions where you make more money if you give to certain charities. I'm a philanthropist. You know, I take care of all these people. Really, it's about getting money
or saving money.
It's really about saving money because I'm trying to play loophole games with taxes. It was sincere, relinquishing himself, losing himself, and giving to widows, impoverished men, suicidal men. Read.
And once again, that all we're explaining is that there's different levels to a person if they choose to take those different levels.
Come.
You know, there's learning, there's reading, there's studying, and then there's application, and then there's dedication to the sick.
Come.
There's different levels, and once again, when you sit back and read about Christ, people think that Christ's message was about making things easier for the Jews or eradicating the law. Everybody wants to paint the idea that Christ eradicated the law. What Christ came to do was to challenge and set the bar higher than what was once established with the law. And a lot of people don't understand that Christ sat back here and said, not only do you have to follow the law, now you have to commit yourself to the sick. What does that mean? The law was used to work on breaking what's inside of you. So Christ's like, no law. Now you have to sit back and use the law to benefit yourself. Then you got to sit back and take everything you've learned and all your strength and ability and commit it to the sick who haven't figured this out yet.
And that's
who can't figure it out.
And that's that really is the point of being Israelite.
Yes. I'm sorry. I just want to kind of wrap it into a point, and I know you got it.
That was great. Read.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
I put on righteousness.
He put on what?
I put on righteousness.
He put on the correct way to live. Read.
And it clothed me.
And it did what?
And it clothed me.
From head to toe, he was focused on living the right example. Read.
My judgment was as a robe and a diadem.
Meaning his diadem means crown. All right? What made him the authority figure? What made him the crown? What gave him that royal priest, that royal ability? Was he had royal judgment. He followed the royal law. Right? Do unto others as you have them what?
Do unto you.
Do unto you. If I'm sitting here and I'm in need, I'll show would like somebody to come through for the homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm in a position right now. I'm in a bad situation. I sure would appreciate that. Well, if I would want someone to do that for me, then I have to do that for others. That's the royal law. All right? That's how he had that diadem. Read on.
Verse 15.
Uh-huh.
I was eyes to the blind.
So if I don't have no eye, if I can't see, I sure would love somebody to have some eyes that can see for me. If I don't have clear judgment, clear perspective, if I really, I might be nearsighted. I might be able to see, but I only see so far. Some people, they can't see long term. They just see what's in front of them. And they have all this temporary solution. They put band-aids on bleeding wounds.
Yeah.
They put band-aids on, like, bro, that's a good solution for like a couple of days out. But what you gonna do long term? That's not gonna work for a year, bro. Because some people bounce temporary solution to temporary solution to temporary solution because they have short sight. They're short sighted.
Yeah.
It sure would be good to hear somebody that can tell me a long term solution. It might be a little harder, but damn, relieve me from just living temporary choice to temporary choice.
Yeah.
So I sure would like to have somebody see for me. Eyes for the blind. He took all the light the Most High gave him just to be eyes for the blind. Read on.
And feet was I to the lame.
Feet represent stability. So a lame person lacks what?
Can I define lame?
Huh?
Lame means crippled or disabled in a limb or otherwise injured so as to be unsound and impaired in strength.
Wow.
So a person who's lame is lacking strength,
Come.
lacking stability, and lacking strength. It also says lame means is imperfect, not satisfactory, or those are the ones that I want, but imperfect, not satisfactory, impaired in strength.
And the word perfect means complete.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a person that's lacking in their development. So I'm incomplete and I'm lacking strength, I'm unsound. So what does that mean? So where a person had, this person might have had the law, they might have had the breakdowns, but they needed certain things. This person might have had.
And this is why the Most High had such a problem with the Pharisees. Because what were the Pharisaic mindset was all about what? You're lame, you're a leper, you have palsy, you're sick.
Stating the obvious.
I'm not dealing with the sick.
Yeah.
Christ was like, yes, they're sick, but are you willing to heal them? Are you willing to rehabilitate? What good is all these breakdowns in scriptures if you can't use the scriptures to rehabilitate the people who are truly sick. So once again, for the individuals who can see the word for what it is, who have a clear understanding of right and wrong, then what's the next step? Just sit back here and use all these talents and abilities that you've learned in Christ for yourself? That's not what Christ said. Christ said you can't sit back here and hide this light under a bushel. To hide the light under the bushel, this means I'm using this information to power me up. To have the whole world see the light, meaning I have, like Dawiyah was showing in 29, this light has to be sent to the people who need the most light. You have to go to the dark, go into the heart of the darkness, so the light can have its greatest effect. That's why Christ said them that are whole need out of position. Why sit back here and be around a bunch of light when the real work is in being around the darkness and pulling darkness into putting people in the darkness into the light.
And the time I was putting into blowing up people on digital world,
all that energy and time, those people don't want the word. They want to argue with you. Why argue with somebody when there's a person right here that needs your attention? Because it's easier to argue because I can control when I argue and when I don't want to argue. So I can keep living my life. Anyway,
verse 16.
Great verse.
Verse
Great
16.
chapter.
I was a father to the
He
poor.
was a father to the impoverished. He was a guide to the
But
impoverished.
it's the poor in spirit. It's the poor in spirit. It's that old saying. Listen, you can give a man a fish, but what's better? To teach a person how to fish. You know what? That takes time. And for a person that's about their life, what's easier? Let me just get this nigga fish, man. Go about my life, man. Let me give him $5. Versus, I got to go to the pond with you at 5 in the morning. I got to prep, clear my day. I'm fishing. I got to get bait. What if you don't get a fish that day? You got to go back next weekend, huh? And show him again. I got to keep showing him. And then once I show him, then what? I got to watch him do it.
There's a stick. There's a stick.
And what if he takes 3 months before he figures out how to fish? You didn't burn 5 months showing this kid how to fish. That's a long time, ain't it? But that's what the Most High wants. How much are you going to inconvenience yourself so somebody else can come up?
So I might have every hook, every type of bait, every type of tactic. I might be a master fisherman and I know how to deep sea
Just
fish.
because you're a master fisherman doesn't mean this other cat that don't know how to fish, he might take a year before he becomes a master fisherman. Are you going to give up a year so he can learn how to fish? Exactly. That is the application of being a person who takes care of the widow. That means you got to take another man's household over and do all work and get none of the benefits.
And you have your own household.
Now, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What do you think dealing with the widow's house is? It didn't say you go to the widow's house and you're going to be the next husband in the house.
Yeah,
It ain't saying that.
I'm up. I keep giving. I keep getting blessed.
Coming up.
Tell me why he keeps blessing me.
I'm getting blessed.
I don't know why he keeps blessing me.
You a widow sis? You need help? It ain't saying
I'm
that.
here to bless you.
It's saying what? You're going to the widow's houses and you're taking on the pressure and the weight of what's going on, and you're there to help when you can, and you're going about to your family afterwards. It's more work, no benefit. Dealing with the sick, what do you think that is? It's more work, no benefit. And that it was what Christ was teaching. And why do you think the Pharisees wanted him dead?
Made me look bad.
You're making me look bad, and you're putting my life on blast. And now you're making me uncomfortable because I got to bust my tail that much more. So me knowing all the information ain't enough. Kill this man. It'll be easy to kill him. And sit back here. Now my life is on the spot. Can you imagine if Christ was in Israel teaching at the level for 40 years? He would have changed the entire complexion of the whole nation. That's the point. But that was the expectation. Christ didn't come to make it easier on us. He came to make it harder and to challenge us to do more than just go and do the law and tap into the academics of the law. Anyway.
Can we go?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Verse 16.
Job 27, 29, I'm sorry.
Job chapter 29, verse 16.
Uh-huh.
I was a father to the poor.
Is a father poor? Read on.
And the cause.
The what?
And the cause which I knew not.
The cause that he knew not. This is important. Because we have our own causes. I got my
That's
own
a
agenda.
hell of a verse.
I got my own life. I got my own situations. I got my own needs. I got my own families.
But see, this is what First Corinthians or 2 Corinthians 10 talks about. Having a readiness to revenge your disobedience once your obedience is fulfilled. So what is it saying? Once you have a hold of yourself, that's when you got to go and get to the next person. Now you got to commit. People, listen, people that got together, they got a decent head on their shoulders. This law thing is easy, man. How hard is it really to be an Israelite if you like to read? If you like to read books and study, if you can read, and you had a halfway decent raising in your life, is this really a hard thing to do, to learn the information and follow the law? No, it's not. If we're going to be honest. Now, if I'm sitting back here wrestling with illiteracy,
now
it's a battle. But that illiterate person he's poor in understanding. So he needs a lot of what? In sampleship to see the application of it. But once you get the information, now you got to start searching out why this man is poor. Why this man is spiritually sick. What is he lacking in his development that he never got, that I can now interject my understanding, my learning into? And then now I can't put a timetable on how much time I have to invest into this person so that he can grow and develop.
Because some mysteries take years to solve.
Yes, it is.
So why does brother have a problem with authority figures? Well, it goes into age 7 through 9.
Yeah.
Now, he ain't going to tell you the whole story. So you got to wait 2 years. You got to wait 3 years.
And you get little snippets of stories for 3 to 4 years. And then once you find out, and he fucking, remember I said earlier about dealing with the fatherless, you have to win that child's trust first. You can talk at a problem all damn day long. You can talk at an issue. You can be Captain Ivy and say you're off, you're wicked, you ain't doing enough. That don't work. You have to win trust. Then once trust is learned or built, then you'll start having the ability to search out problems and search out why a person is poor. And then once you find out why a person is spiritually poor, then I got to sit back here and show them why they're spiritually poor. And then once they see how they're spiritually poor, then they have to decide how much they want to break in themselves to overcome their spiritual poverty. You know how long that is? But that is the essence of rehabilitation. Esau's psychology process, give them some drugs, I'm going to make some real bread talking to these people, and then I'm going to give them an hour a week, and that's it. It ain't worth it.
Right.
And then with our people, we can't pay for it. We can't pay for it, so we ain't getting help anyway. But not dealing with the poor and the widows is how the infrastructure of the nation starts to deteriorate.
Yeah.
And break down.
That's true.
So now, if people aren't given the proper solutions, this is why people start to lose faith in the Heavenly Father. If we're going to deal with the flaw of the law, you know what Christ came and said what? Heal the sick, cleanse the leper. What did the law say? Let that leprous ass cat be in the woods until he figures his shit out. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
That's what the law said. He got leprosy. His skin issues is a direct reflection of his negative outlook and negative spirit towards the Heavenly Father. Have him come to the priest. If he still got that yellow rising in the skin, have him leave away from the camp. Come back in a week. If he still got it, guess what? You got leprosy. Pack your shit. Get outside.
Can I say this? And why? Because it's about the preserving of the majority.
Exactly.
So you gotta look at the premise. If we're sitting here nation building, we have to preserve the majority to have a nation, right? But in the time period of Christ, you're dealing with what? You're dealing with nations made the decision if they're going to be. They made the choice if they're going to serve the Most High or not. And now you have people on the fringes that are in these pockets of suffering. That now you have what shepherd has 99 sheep and does not leave the 99 sheep to go get the what?
The one.
That one sheep. So it's a direct inversion. It's an opposite approach. Because you have to punish the wicked. That's part of the Bible. But then you have to also save those that are ready to be saved. And do I have the sensitivity to know what to be and when to be that? That takes experience to have the sensitivity to know what to be when. To become all things to what? All men.
And all I'm saying is, the law said the most minimal thing you can do is keep that person with leprosy away. And he's going to have to self-destruct. The people here be okay, he'll self-destruct. But Christ said, I want you to deal with the sick, heal the sick, and cleanse the leper, which was extremely sick. He said, not only do you deal with the sick, you got to go and find the extremely sick. That was what Christ said. And this is why the Pharisees were losing their damn minds. When Christ sat back here in Matthew 9 and said, listen, you got the palsy, your sins are forgiven. The Pharisees said, man, this dude's a blasphemer. How you going to sit back and say this guy's sins are forgiven? He's got palsy because he's wicked. And the Most High's cursing this wicked cat with leprosy because he's a wicked person. And Christ's like, listen, man, I'm here to sit back and heal this guy. And now, whatever issues you did to the Most High to offend him to get the palsy, I'm going to show you how to get yourself back in good grace with the Heavenly Father. Don't forget, Isaiah chapter 58 talks about being Israelites. The teachers were supposed to be the repairers of the breach.
That's true.
What was the breach? When Israel breaks the law, we create a breach between us and the Heavenly Father. And our conduct, negative conduct, starts to create breaches. So our job is to find out, like in this verse says, search out where are the breaches that Israel got and work on helping that person repair the breaches so that and to mend those scars, to mend those wounds, so now we can get reconciliated back to the Heavenly Father. But that's dirty ass work. And that's long, extensive work. So it's important to create something that will put you in a situation to be around the sick on a consistent basis, to speed up or accelerate the process of development. Because if I only see you once a week, or I just see you online, there are significant limits to how much I can develop you and how quickly I can restore you back to where you need to be to have a potent, quality relation with the Heavenly Father again. The repairing of the breach isn't about me. The repairing of the breach is whatever you did and however you think needs to get repaired so you and the Most High can get back to having a quality relationship.
Restore the path.
Exactly. So we have to help restore the path and get out the way. Heal and get out the way and go to the next person who's sick. But in order to do that, the people who have it together, now, if you got it together in Christ, you are required now to go give to others. Because you already got it together for you. When Christ came together with that person, if you were sinning, what did Christ say? Sin no more. If you didn't sin, and you were on point from your youth, okay, good. Now I can use you to go give to others. Sell what you got, follow me, and give your life to teaching people who are sick. If you got it together, then what else are you going to do? Just be on top of you? Or am I going to sit back here, take everything I've got, and commit it to people who don't have it? And that's not a money thing. That's a time and resource and spirit thing. You got
Job chapter 29, verse 16, B
Uh-huh.
portion. And the cause, which
I'm sorry.
I'm
I was just saying that.
I'm being the sheep.
Go ahead, do
Yeah, I was saying that.
And the cause which I knew not, I searched out.
The cause which I knew not, he had to dedicate his mind to figure out other people's problems. Because other people's problems became his problem.
Exactly.
This man's not growing, is my problem.
I have a responsibility to figure out and to paint the path for him so I can help him fight his battle because he can't figure it out. You know what the reality is? We have this this survival of the fittest mindset. This was the spirit that the Most High was trying to break in the Pharisees. If I can do it, why can't you do it? If I have the ability to figure out these issues in myself and break myself, then you should be able to do it also. You're just lazy. You're just lazy. You're just slothful because I did it. I got myself together. Why can't you get yourself together? The issue is that's only half the issue. Yes, they're slothful, but maybe they didn't have the supporting cast I had.
I gotta tell you a story.
Oh, let me finish. Maybe they didn't have access to help like I had access to help. Or maybe the Most High just blessed me with a little more ability than this person. So I can't take this elitist mindset. Well, I figured it out. Get off your butt and you figure it out. Why can't this cat study for more than 10 minutes? That's his problem. Then he's just going to have to fall.
That's great.
How come this guy can't just get off the damn cigarettes? Well, he's going to just fall in his sin. This was the spirit of the Pharisees. If you ain't got it, you just going to fall there. You know what? I'm going to tell him once or twice, and after that, I'm going to live my life. Because you got to figure it out. Everybody got to figure it out. That was the spirit that Christ was attacking when he came back on earth. Yes.
So was this a matter of them just not interceding for this person with palsy or with leprosy, that they didn't just pray and intercede on their behalf, or were they just lazy about their time?
They were lazy and they were black-hearted. I'd rather hang out with my guys that are fellow lawyers. When you see lawyers, who do lawyers hang out with?
Oh, so they were elitists.
Who do lawyers hang out with? But you know what? But let's not say Pharisees are just. We're elitists. We're elitists. We want to hang out with the people that are more like us.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to hang out with their own like. Who wants to sit back and hang out with a bunch of people who don't get it?
Which is exhausting.
It is flipping. It is exhausting to sit back here and hang out with a bunch of people. Listen, what does Esau teach? What do Jake talk about? Be around people who are what? Or what? Not just like-minded. Be around people who what? Who you want to be like.
Yeah.
So it's either like me or who I want to strive and aspire to be like.
Drake quotes.
Yeah. And they have Will Smith and that shit on there. Like, he didn't say that shit. But they'll just resonate Will Smith in a statement that says, be around people who want your 7 friends should be better than who you are, or your 7 best friends are going to tell you what kind of man you are. You dig? And I was like this. You ever see those damn Facebook quotes? I see them all the damn time.
Meaningless too.
But you know, it's meaningless, but that's not Christ. The people that you hang around with should be the sick. T-Rock. Whatever damn names you want to name up. Who did Christ hang out with? The publicans and the sinners.
Now, let me say.
Okay, I'll let you go.
For sisters that, sometimes some people, and brothers, some people aren't strong enough to maintain their spirit around those kind of people. And if you can't maintain your belief in the Father, when you're around people that don't have the same belief, then you need time to strengthen yourself.
And that's why I said in 2 Corinthians 10 and 6, it says, having a readiness to revenge all disobedience once your obedience is fulfilled. This is for the guys who got together. Because we talked yesterday about the online community. They got their mortgage. They chilling. Bills are paid. They're smart. They can sit back here and give you books on deck, knowledge on deck. Now what? Why hoard that and not give your time and energy to people who need you? That was my point. So what was you going to say, though? Yeah.
I was going to say,
Oh, you brought your point on already.
Yeah.
So the mindset is just understanding that when Christ came down, we all had this elitist mindset of not wanting to go to the hood and deal with our people. Right. Now, we're not talking about going to the hood and dealing with niggas that smoking crack. But there's enough Israelites that want to learn that have a ton of issues that need to get worked on that we would rather not deal with. Because it's easier for me to give you a phone call, give you some whoop-de-whoop, and then go do what I got to do. But people, just because I might be able to process some information over the phone, you might be able to read and get some clarity on your own, doesn't mean 90% of our people can do the same thing. And that's the problem. There is a universal statement. If, and I learned that in a lot of different arenas, but my son taught me that. Dealing with my son, one of my sons really taught me that some people need more one-on-one attention than the others. I could tell one son, boom, 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 done. I can tell another one, boom, 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 done. And I can sit back to the other one, and I got to sit back here and use 10 to 15 different methods to get this one to figure it out when it took just one conversation with another one. What did that let me know? Listen, man, you got to go and deal with them. But it's easier to do this. And this is what Christ was showing about our people. And they were revealing that our people would rather be comfortable dealing on an informational level and teaching people who can pick up concepts informationally versus sitting back here and getting in the mud and dealing with people that learn different or learn slower or have more inner issues that need more time. You have certain people that their lifelong battle is to learn the law. And to get off cigarettes.
That's a real thing. That's a real situation.
Get off the drugs. Their lifelong battle is to get off the drugs, get off the cigarettes, and that's it. And to learn, if I can just get on top of this law, I'll make it to the kingdom. There are people that is lifelong. Are we willing to sit back here and be patient and merciful and loving enough to deal with people that's as far as they're going to go? They're going to plateau at the law. When you learn the law 6 months, in 6 months you were good. 4 months you were good. He's like, if you're the smart guy, if you got it together, you owe more. You owe more, and you're more responsible because you got more ability. Yeah.
Right here.
Job chapter 29, verse 17.
Uh-huh.
And I break the jaws of the wicked and pluck the spoil out of his teeth.
So what is the jaws of the wicked? Some people have these certain jaws your mouth, right? So it's things that come out of your mouth are words, statements, conversations, ideals, ideologies, concepts, right? So breaking the jaws of the wicked is you're breaking someone's false beliefs that they believe from somebody else. Mama said this, daddy said this, cousin said this, street said this, teacher said this, and they have a strong belief in that conversation, that ism or that thought pattern. And then taking the time to little by little break somebody's belief that's impeding them from developing. And you have to find multiple ways to communicate to break that impediment in that person. So these are different things that Job, this is the path that Job went through after he overcame his sickness. After he overcame all his issues, this was the vision he had. This was a vision he had in his mind to keep him positive. One day after I get past all my sickness and get past all these sores and all the sickness and the loss of my family, I'm going to be back in this position where I'm helping my people again. I'm down right now, but I will be back. Because we all take issues where we have to take a step back and take dips. All men take dips. All priests, everybody in the camp I've seen in my life, everybody takes a spiritual blow.
And when you're taking spiritual blows, you're not going to have the mind to go split X, Y, Z dimensions and levels to help everybody else. You got to repair yourself enough to go back and go and deal with the people. Keep going.
Verse 18.
Uh-huh.
Then I said, I shall die in my nest.
My nest meaning I'm going to have a better situation at home. Read on.
And I shall multiply my days as the sand.
I'm going to damn near live forever. I'm going to extend my life, my lineage, my time.
Now the question is this. Your days are going to multiply. Why? But why would your days be multiplied? Because the Most High knows your life is not your own anyway.
True.
And because your life is not your own, you're going to make a greater impact on your people. So why not prolong this person's life? He's going to help. He's already shown me that he's going to dedicate his life to others and not himself. So if you're going to live your life for you, I'm going to shorten your life. If you're going to live your life for me, I'll extend it. You see the catch? He that finds his life shall what?
Lose.
He that loses life shall what? How do I lose my life? You're not losing your life because you found that you know the damn law. That's not loss of life. It is a win when you learn the law. It is a win when you get these scriptures. But once you get these scriptures, the loss of life is the transfer of intentions. The transfer of motivations is the loss of life. Now I got this ability, and I can use this information and what I learned to make myself potent and mighty, or I can take this information to individualize it, or I take this information to make others better. That is the question, and that is how a person gains his life or loses it. But if you gain it, you lose it, you lose your spirit, and if you lose it, you gain it. So if I lose my life and commit to others, the Most High will extend my life because of why I'm living in the first place. Yes, but because that's how the Most High, we are by birth His servants. Leviticus 25 and 55. So if I'm going to sit back and tap into my optimal nature is having the willingness and the desire and drive to commit my everything I can do to others. That is a perfect utopian society. The individuals who have the most talents and abilities committed to the sick. Not utilize your intelligence and your ability to make you more money and keep the bottom on the bottom. That's how Esau does it. That's how from back in the day, you had 5 to 7 ruling families, the Carnegies, the Vanderbilts, the DuPonts, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and you know what? They said, we're going to lock this whole shit up. From generation to generation, we're going to keep being paid, and you know, we're going to create these, what do they call it? Esau called them. Those,
Monopolies?
Monopolies.
Yes, monopolies. To where nobody else can touch our wealth. And then the banks are the only ones who broke them. Because the banks was going to say, no, you ain't going to take all the bread. We're going to break it up too. We have to disguise it into breaking up the monopolies. So Esau was like the smart guys. Whoever was the smartest, the earliest, was going to gain leverage over families from generation to generation. Now, we're on a way lower level than that. But the intention from the beginning was for the higher talented people to commit yourself to the less talented people. But that is a principle that is exhausting. It's not comfortable. And who wants to sit back and deal with the fact that you got to live your life to help some cats that more than likely ain't going to ever figure it out? To deal with the leper and to work on cleansing him, that's harder than just the sick.
Close right here.
Yeah.
Luke 12 and 17. I'll read it. Luke 12 and 17.
I got it.
Okay, you got it. Cool.
Luke chapter 12, verse 17.
It goes into that spirit. Christ goes into that conversation right here.
Luke chapter 12, verse 17.
And he thought within himself, saying, what shall I do?
Now, if I go to verse 16, slide.
Luke chapter 12, verse 16. And he spake a parable unto them, saying, the ground of a certain rich man brought forth plentifully.
So this man had his environment, his resources, phenomenal. Things were working. Read.
And he thought within himself,
And based on his external condition, everything's working. He said what?
saying, what shall I do?
So everything around me is prospering. My ground is bringing forth. My sheep are good. My house is good.
What that shows, that's a reflection of his work ethic, his intelligence,
Exactly.
his skill, his ability.
There was no slide.
What he's showing you is he had the ability to make this plentiful.
God.
He just didn't fall into a plentiful situation. Hard work and dedication on an individual level provided these fruits and these benefits. Okay?
Read on.
Verse 17. And he thought within himself, saying, what shall I do? Because I have no room where to bestow my fruit.
So I'm growing. I got to find a way to expand my enterprise, to expand everything I've already built. Read on.
And he said, this will I do.
This is where he made his slip up. Read.
I will pull down my barns and build greater.
He wasn't lazy. He said, I'm going to pull down my barns and I'm going to rebuild greater. Read.
and there will I bestow all my fruits and my goods.
He never came up with a plan. Okay, if I have so much and I have more than I need, my barns aren't big enough to contain my wealth. What about extra you have going to your people? Just like the scripture says in the law. The law is when you have the corners, don't pick the food out the corners of your
land.
Of your land.
Your harvest, or don't glean your harvest all the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
leave the rest of those fruits and those vegetables so that the strangers and the poor can come through and pick off your property and they can sustain themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But he wasn't thinking with that mentality. How was he thinking? Read.
Verse 19. And I will say to my soul, soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many years.
I've done good. I've done things by the book. I've done everything right.
I deserve this.
Okay.
Read on.
Take thine ease, eat, drink, and be merry.
You know, I've sat back here and done everything by the book. My house is right. Family's on point. I can relax and enjoy it now. I can enjoy the fruits of my labor. Once these barns are filled, I'll be set for 2 or 3 generations. My children will be covered, probably my children's children, because I sat back here and did this so on point. Now listen, I am not the guy that's going to tell you doing things by the book, working hard and dedication is a bad thing. It's not. So the problem is he only sees half of the picture. He only sees half of the bigger picture. Yes, you're supposed to sit back here and run your house correctly, run things around you the right way. Yes, you're supposed to do that. But the Most High expects us to do this, run our houses correctly, and still give to the poor. Still sit back here and dedicate. Extend. And still make your life about your people too, because we can do both. If you have the ability to make yourself pop, and with that skill and that able, then I can take that same template and get to the people and do the same thing. Read on.
Verse 20. But the Most High said unto him, thou fool, this night thy soul shall be required of thee.
So he that seeketh his own life shall do what?
Lose it. So what good was making it just about building up and fortifying your zone when you could have got longer life if you would have dedicated your life to doing his work? His work is about dealing with the sick. Your life is about fortifying your world. Read on.
Then who shall those things be, which thou hast provided? So is he that layeth up treasure for himself, and is not rich toward the Most High.
So what is this parable explaining? We have to have the ability to put our homes in order, stabilize our life, and then dedicate to the people too. That's why I say Christ's demands were greater than just the law. And a lot of our people want to stay in the comfort zone and say, you know what? I follow the law. I built my zone up. I'm good. The scriptures is telling you without a shadow of a doubt, that's not enough. For the person who's capable for more, you know what? You got to do more. There's certain guys that just can't figure putting this house together. There's certain people that just can't figure that house thing up. So you know what? His battle is, you got to figure this house out. But for the cat who can do this without sleeping, without sweating it, you got to do more. You get what I'm saying? Whatever. If I can do more, I'm going to be required to do more based upon how many talents I've given you. I have truly seen the sick of Israel. There's certain people that just putting his family together and being a good father and keeping his house right is really maxing him out. I have seen that. There's other cats who can do that with their eyes closed. Then they got to do more. That's the requirement. There's certain guys that just can't get off cigarettes. Like I told you, cigarettes and drugs is their life battle. So you know what? The Most High understands that. Get off the drugs, get off of your vices, and you know what? You get in. But if that's not an issue for me, and that's easy, I got to do more. And this is where he was banging on the Pharisees. I remember, I used to be in school, right? And everybody used to sit there and say, oh man, you're so smart in school. Yeah. I said, man, school is easy as shit. And all the kids that was in like gifted and talented classes, they were like the laziest people in the world, bro. I don't know if y'all experienced. The gifted and talented honors kids were lazy as hell. They weren't extraordinarily smart. We were intelligent. We knew how to sit back here and do cheating rings. Okay, well, listen. Because you was in gifted and talented, nobody was expecting you to cheat.
Mm.
But you know what you would do? They was BSing us at home at night, not taking anything serious. Oh, shit, I got the test. Hey, what's the answer to the test, man? Oh, here it is right here, bro. Cool, I got it. But we were just smart enough not to be like, oh, it was right here in my hand, I got caught. Now I'm in the principal's office.
It's in my hand.
You know, the people that didn't figure it out, the people that just didn't understand verbal cues and your surroundings, you'd have the damn slate of paper under the test. The teacher would catch you. Oh man, I got an L. I didn't study last night. What am I saying? What am I saying? The people that that are sharper and can get away with murder, they do it. But the Most High is the greatest judge of all. Now listen, man, he knows the cats who can do more and that are just sandbagging it. That's a sports term. And you half-assing it, you sandbagging, you just coasting because you can. And you can make like you're doing something, but you're not. The Most High knows us. And he knows the person who sincerely can only do so much.
But I had this cat, this years ago. I was at the mall working, right? This dude, but he was a brother too. He was real skinny. He would walk around the mall. He would smile at everybody, and then he would ask everybody for money, right? And I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna ignore this dude, man. I'm not gonna give this dude a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This dude's 20-something years old.
Yep.
Right? Then he kept coming to the mall, hitting everybody up for like days out. He looks at me, and I'm not trying to make no eye contact. I'm like, I can't see.
You gotta find a customer quick.
I can't
Get you a
see.
customer over there
I
ASAP.
can't see. I'm getting ice cream, and he pops up. I'm like, I'm trying to eat my ice cream. Like, I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? And like, eventually,
This is some good ice cream.
he knew I was. He knew I was avoiding him. He knew I was avoiding him. Then we made friends. We made friends, and then he knew not to ask me for no money because he knew I was like avoiding him, right? And he waited till like the third time we interacted. He was like, "By the way, you got some money? You got some change?" I said,
got him,
man. Damn it! I don't want to get this to nothing. This is an Ingram, bro. That's why.
River Center was like the king of that zone.
Yeah, but he had to be. At River Center, you can be obvious. He had to be cool because it was Ingram.
Okay.
You can't just be obvious.
Okay, yeah.
Asking people up. So he was real smooth about it, right? And then, I gave him $1. I was like, man, fuck it, man. Here you go, man. Right here.
Yes. Awesome.
Right. Then the cat came back again. Since I gave him $1, he'll come back next time and get 2.
He's smiling.
So he came back. Hey, what's
Still
up,
smiling.
baby? How you doing? What's going on, man? You know, I got show could use $2 today. I'm like, oh, damn it, man. He's not gonna stop. He's not gonna stop. Right?
That's like some Seinfeld story right there. That's literally like some Seinfeld situation. I'm sorry.
He's gonna
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
He's
crap.
gonna keep coming until I cut him off. So I gotta hit his ass up the scriptures out. Right? Not the scriptures, but I had to counsel him. Right?
Yeah.
I said, how old are you, man? Oh, I'm like, 23, 24, 23, 24. I said, okay. I can see you walking around all day. You live in this area? Yeah, I live in this area. I said, where you live at, man? Live at my mama's house. I said, okay, you're a young man and look pretty strong, bro. Why don't you work? Oh, I just, don't nobody want to hire me, man. I said, oh, okay. I said, one day you have a woman, bro. And what's she gonna think when y'all can't go nowhere? You can't do nothing. You can't take her out to no movies. You can't buy no bag of chips, bro. What you finna do? And he looked at me like this. Oh, didn't nobody ever tell me that?
That's crazy,
Brother,
but it's true.
Brother, I saw this dude come back 2-3 weeks later.
Nobody ever told me that.
He was dripping. Dude came back dripping. He came back with a female on his arm.
Was it weeks or months?
It was like 3-4 weeks.
That's not that long, bro.
Hey, he pulled something quick out. Listen, he came back dripping out. He was fly out. He was decked out.
Where do you get the money for clothes, man? That quick?
He said, I want to thank you, man. And he gave me a dap. He said, man, didn't nobody ever tell me that, man. And I said,
listen.
No
I know
problem,
this is
bro.
a story that can be received as funny, but the people that we've come across with this basically in the mall have been given no counsel, no one-on-one time. And he says, I want you to go to them and deal with them. I want you to go to this. Do we understand? Are we just reading the Bible like it's like some damn stories? Like, I want you to go deal with the sick. What is the quantitative idea of sickness? A guy walking around the mall begging for a buck or two. And we've talked to strippers and counsel them to get off the stripping and just go to school and get you a regular gig. That was my story. She came back 3 months later and said, man, I'm in school. Thank you. Thank you for sitting back here and telling me what I need to hear. But some people, listen, those are few and far in between, people that will take counsel and actually do it. Other people need you to walk them through the process. And if you don't walk them through the process, they don't get it. But in the process of you walking them through the process, what's happening with you? Are you getting anything out of this? Well, okay, I'm talking about benefiting your flesh. You ain't getting nothing. You burning gas. You at the damn food stamps office with a brother showing him how to do this. You're sitting back here showing him how to survive and teaching. Half the thing we do is teaching basic life skills. Because me sitting back here, I can sit back here and have wisdom of the ancients. But you know what Jake needs to do? Fill out an application.
Yep.
What good is dropping the wisdom of the ancients when they ain't never had nobody write an application for them?
I remember Sean Shawan, this dude worked at Whataburger, bro. And he was crying and he was ready to quit his life out because he just couldn't read the applications out. He really was at that point where he tells something, I'm ready to give up. I'm ready to
give up.
But he doesn't have the ability. He really didn't have the ability to read applications. So when he lost his job, he like it's over. It's like when the white man loses stocks and bonds. He's like, I can't not be a millionaire anymore. I'm gonna kill myself. But this brother's like, listen, man, I can't read applications, bro. I guess I'm done. I want to just give up.
Or go back in the trap.
Well, he's not in trap.
I'm just saying. Yeah. Look at the choices we got.
So what I'm saying is that what's common sense to us is Revelations 11 and 7 and 9 to other people. That's what I'm trying to say.
And then we'll get frustrated when we have to deal with that. Now, if I got a person who has problems writing out an application, what else has he got problems with? Everything else. Every life. He got a problem with life. If I can't do that, he got a whole lot of problems with life that needs instruction. That means that person, of course, that means that person was a fatherless person. Whether he had a father or not ain't the point. The point is the job of the father wasn't done. So we have to teach and do the job that a father didn't do. That's the work. It ain't teaching them the Torah. That's easy. We're explaining and painting out what true rehabilitation is. And what true development is. And what true love is.
Yeah. Read on.
Luke chapter 12, verse 22.
Uh-huh.
And he said unto his disciples, therefore...
No. I'm sorry. I'm talking about Job.
Job?
Like it.
Okay.
Job 29.
Job chapter 29, verse 17. I'm sorry. Job chapter 29, verse 18.
Uh-huh.
Then I said, I shall die in my nest, and I shall multiply my days as the sand.
Life is getting extended because he's living for service of his people. Read.
My root was spread out by the waters,
Uh-huh.
and the dew lay all night upon my branch.
Listen, the Most High kept watering him. He kept giving him more and more and more, sustaining him more. The Most High sustains you more when you live a life of service. Read.
No, listen. You have to understand what he just said. The more you dedicate yourself to losing, that's how you gain. You can't look at rehabilitation and dedication as his loss, as his life of suffering. He's telling you, if you dedicate your life to the sick, that is how you gain life. We think that by everything is about preservation. Preserve this, preserve your energy, preserve your time. We look at life from the wrong type of lens. We look at things about playing things safe, playing things cautious. We tell ourselves, play the long game, play it smart, conserve energy, don't burn out. Sometimes I've heard it, don't burn out. The funny thing is, when you burn out for the Most High in Christ, He extends you. When you sit back and play it safe, you burn out. I've lived that. When you play it safe, you burn out. When you burn out, you get extended. Because as long as the Most High can sit back here and use you to extend out His purpose, He will extend you. If I'm playing it smart, playing it safe, I'm going to lose out. Anyway, I'm sorry. I want to bring that point up.
Come on, read verse 20. Verse 20.
Verse 20. My glory was fresh in me.
And my glory was fresh in me. The Most High kept giving him inspiration to continue in that work he was doing. Read.
And my bow was renewed in my hand.
And he's had the spirit of fighting, because bow was for fighting, right? So he had the spirit of fight. You know, certain period of time people lose the drive. It's easy in the truth to be in the
verse.
work.
I'm sorry.
Verse
This is
20.
verse 20. It's
29 and 20.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy in the truth through the battles you go through, the time you go through, the challenges you go through, to lose vigor and lose the will to fight. But if you're truly serving your people, Most High will always reinvest and reanimate you with a spirit of drive and fight and passion to continue moving forward. Read.
Verse 21. Unto me men gave ear.
And men continue to listen because he maintained his spirit. Read.
And waited and kept silence at my counsel.
People were receptive of his information. Read.
No, hold on. This is important. He says, unto me, the person that dedicated himself and committed himself to being to the sick, that if you want to be a great teacher, if you want your words to carry the maximum impact, he's telling you what it takes. He said, what, verse 20, 21, unto me men gave ear and waited and kept silence at my counsel. People listen. Your words carry greater potency based upon your commitment to the sick. When you dedicate and you lose to the body or for the body, and you overextend and you push yourself to the max, that's how you get people to listen. And it crosses the threshold of your teaching being academic or your teaching having power to sit back here to get people to listen and to get people to be inspired by your message. Your message will inspire people based upon your love and your dedication to commit to others. People think that to be a great teacher is just inputting as much information into your brain as possible. It's more than just information or academic. The power of teaching comes from the power of sacrifice, the power of selflessness. That is how you get people to listen to your counsel, listen to your words. How much have you put your life on the line for these sick, for the weak, for the lame, for the palsy? That's where the power of Christ comes from. And that's how you get the attention of your students. That's how your words don't fall flat. And that's how your words penetrate. Continue.
Keep reading.
I'm almost done.
Verse 22.
It keeps going to the point.
Yeah.
One couple more scriptures, I'm done.
You're good.
You know?
Verse 22.
Uh-huh.
After my words they spake not again,
Uh-huh.
and my speech dropped upon them.
My speech dropped upon them.
And he says, after he spoke, they stopped speaking. All eyes were on him.
God.
You know?
Verse 23.
Verse 23 really hits it. Read.
Let me sit my butt.
And they waited for me as for the rain.
They waited for him.
Wow.
As for the rain.
Holy bro.
Listen, we be praying for the early and latter rain. That's where you get your blessings from. That's what you don't grow until it rains. If you have a field, it's not going to grow until it rains. So the people were waiting for him so they could grow. Who's going to put themselves in the position to get the experiences and to get the hands-on training to where their words help people grow? And people are waiting for you to help them grow.
That means you're needed. But what it's saying is, if I'm not willing to listen, Scripture says, "Try the Spirit by the Spirit." And it tells you in Ecclesiastes is how the Most High will try you to determine if you're worthy of the wisdom that He's about to give you. But how is He trying? How, when it says wisdom will take a man through crooked paths, what does that mean? What does that really mean by taking a man through crooked paths? And take your mind out of just following the basic Torah. When wisdom is taking you through crooked paths, wisdom is trying to determine your true intentions. That's the crooked paths. I'm going to make you as uncomfortable as possible to see if your motivation is truly about just giving. And am I here to give for the purest form of giving to the sick? Or am I going to, or by going through all these crooked paths, is it going to reveal that it's about you? And based upon how you react to the being taken through crooked paths will determine how many people listen to you. How much the Most High rewards you with the spirit of teaching and the spirit of motivating and the spirit of exhortation. That's based on how you handle the crooked paths He takes you to determine if you're worthy of this potency that He's about to give you. That's the understanding. And I determine the crooked paths, or am I going to be here with the widow and the sick and the fatherless and the cat that just can't figure it out?
The Scripture calls that the house of mourning.
Yes, than being with this stalled ox. Are you comfortable going to the house of mourning and dealing with the sick and dealing with the problems? And every day I'm dealing with problems and problems and problems and problems. That is the crooked path that every man has to go through to determine if they're worthy of getting the blessing of more wisdom or not, more longevity or not. And if you prove to the Most High that you're willing to be pushed at that level, you'll gain more wisdom, more understanding, and more people will listen. Because they'll say there's something about what this guy is saying that's not like what this guy's saying. There's something that pops off his words differently than what this guy pops off and how he says it. It's both good, it's both knowledge, but what makes this person's words penetrate more than this guy's words? This person is more committed to dealing with the fatherless and the sick than this one is. That's the difference. Because he's telling you the one who commits more is listened to more, is adhered to more.
We don't?
Job chapter 29, verse 23. And they waited for me as for the rain.
They waited for him as the rain. Read on.
And they opened their mouth wide as for the latter rain.
So people started communicating. They opened their mouths wide. They were saying their issues, their problems, what they had going on, their thoughts, what people been telling them, what's been going on in their life. Read on, verse 24.
If I laughed on them.
If I laughed on them, read.
They believed it not.
So meaning that people were giving them reports. And they were telling, hey, this person says that, Esau is the Arabs. You know what I'm saying? They were saying some crazy doctrine. You know how people come up with crazy doctrine every 6 months in Israel? And on the internet, this crazy doctrine, or people say crazy opinions. What Job is saying is, when I laugh on them, I'm like, that's crazy, God. They really said that? That's their belief? That's their way of looking at things? Because he mocked that certain false thought pattern, the people didn't believe it. Okay, cool. I don't believe that. If you don't believe it, I don't believe it. They don't know why, but they're going to follow the pattern of their teacher, because their teacher's been faithful to them. Right? So if I laughed on them, they believed it not, meaning mocking false patterns. Read on. The people trusted the opinion of their shepherd. Job, read.
And the light of my countenance.
The light of his countenance, meaning his disposition, his positive energy. Read.
They cast not down.
They cast not down. The
Because
people
they're
receive it.
feeding off that positive energy. They're feeding off of his passion. They're feeding off of his dedication. Because that's what inspires another person to listen. It inspires when you sit back and dedicate at this level. Now you're becoming that type of person who can inspire others to do the same thing that you're doing. Or you push them away. You push away somebody who's not serious, or you grab it, or you pull people to you that are serious about change. There is a certain polarity that comes from this level of dedication. Anyway.
25, last point. Read.
I chose out their way.
I did what?
I chose out their way.
So people made themselves subject to him, where they allow him to lead them and guide them and give them direction. I chose out their way. Read.
And sat chief.
And did what?
And sat chief.
He sat chief. Read on.
Based off his works, though.
Yeah, his works.
He sat chief based off his conduct and his dedication. Read on.
And dwelt as a king in the army.
So he had a bunch of people that had need, and he became their guide. He became their king. He became their general. Quote,
But it shows you what type of king he became in the next line.
Right.
Read on.
As one that comforteth the mourners.
How many kings comfort mourners? Very few. He says this level of leadership was based on how well and how dedicated you were to comfort the sick. But comforting sick, if we have any idea what the Most High is comforting sick people or people who mourn about placating people's BS. Because when you think of the idea of comforting somebody, you think, oh man, this person's been messing up and you got to make them feel better. You comfort a mourner by finding out why they're mourning and giving them solid solutions as to how not to mourn again. If you deal with a woman who's upset about her man just being a dirtbag, you got to teach your sister, choose a better caliber man. If this guy left you, let's see if he left you. If he left you, choose a better caliber man who will sit back here that loves the Most High.
Yeah.
Stop chasing some dude that you're just infatuated with. Follow a godly man. That's how you comfort a mourner.
But that is a check to a mourner. That's a check in the mail right there. Because you can say, oh, I can't believe he did that, girl. Oh my God, that's so he's no good, girl.
Just find you another man. Go to the club
he
tonight.
Was no good. I'm like, you gotta ask a question. How'd you meet him? Oh, okay. That's how y'all met him. Okay.
Tender.
Oh, how long did it take for y'all got to on a physical level?
Damn.
Oh, just a couple days. Okay, so.
Okay, y'all singles. How about that?
You didn't put.
Y'all singles?
You don't even know. Yeah, that's a real thing, bro.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing. So.
It's no different than Tinder. The same damn thing.
There was no infrastructure put into getting to know this person before I dealt with him on a physical level. So now you got attached, and now you had a situation. Now you're subject to his ups and downs and mistakes. You gotta get a person, show a person where they're off to get them back on the right road to repair, right?
Yeah.
So you have to sometimes say uncomfortable things.
Yep.
They might not agree with it. They might not like it. You have to risk the fact that they might reject what you have to say, but you had your heart in the right place, not placate. Read it again.
Job 29, verse 15. I'm 25.
Uh-huh.
I chose out their way and sat chief.
So he chose out the way, meaning that he put his mind on the people. He put his mind on their needs. He gathered experience. He gathered time and energy. He got his own house in order, and then he extended himself past his house. Not like the rich man who said, I'm going to build a bigger barn. He said, I have enough of my life. I'm going to extend more to my people and exhaust myself for my people. So from that point, he was able to choose out the right way for every individual's situation. Read on.
And dwelt as a king in the army.
And he dwelt as a king, but what kind of king was he? Was he a king making people serve him? Or was he just the authority figure because he had the great understanding? It wasn't about making the people serve him. So I said we're not about kingship, we're about being judges. Because a judge is just defending the Most High's way, defending the Lord's prospects, defending the Lord's perspective, defending the Lord's method, defending Christ's agenda, defending Christ's method, his ways, his culture, defending his process, the process of the Heavenly Father. We're supposed to be in defense of the gospel. We're defenders of the gospel. We're not here to gather spirits, gather people to borrow resources and attain them for ourselves and augment our life off the suffering of the poor. Because the scripture goes into that. It says the king, it says the prince that wanteth understanding is a great oppressor.
Yes.
The word want means to lack. So the prince or the person that's the authority figure that doesn't have biblical understanding becomes a what? An oppressor of the people. Why?
He doesn't think he's an oppressor.
I think I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy.
I'm giving them what they want.
I help people. I tell people. I give people counsel. I'm a priest figure for the people.
Yep.
I'm there on occasion. I might not be consistent, but I'm there somewhat. I do more than the average bear.
Yeah.
Right? But if I lack understanding, I understand that my approach or my policies might have a negative effect on somebody long term. That certain policies, certain ways of looking at things don't work for a person's long-term growth. But that depends if I was mentored properly. Was I properly mentored? Did I go through the experience? Did I go through ups and downs? Did I take my correction? Did I have to serve? Was I a student before I became a leader? These are all things that men have to go, they have to get vetted and developed to be a proper person in that position.
Yep.
So when he was a king, when he dwelt as a king in the army, that just means that he went through the complete process. From soldier to general.
Yep.
From officer to general. And he got tested on every level. So when he got in that position like Joshua did, we just read about Joshua, right? Joshua was hand-picked, hand-developed, and he proved himself through his own works over time if the Spirit dwelt in him. And he was ready when Moses had to pull up and and he was done. When Moses was done with his position. All right? Last point, I'm done. It says, as one that did what?
As one that comforteth the mourners.
As one, the agenda of this king was to comfort the mourners. That should be the agenda of every leader, is to bring spiritual comfort to the people. When Christ died, Christ said what? I will not leave you what?
Comfortless.
Comfortless. I will send a comforter. When Christ pulled off, he said, I'm going to send the comfort. I'm going to send this book right here. Now you got to read it. You got to comb through it day to day, precept, precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little, and get mentored, study, pray, fast, do whatever you got to do to absorb this information and live this information, and that will be your comfort. Is that clear?
Mm-hmm. Great verse. Great point. Great tie-in too.
We left off on that Joshua part.
We're at Joshua 28. We're at 28 and 1 now.
Numbers 28.
Because because earlier with Joshua, just explained how Joshua was told to be the head, and it was shown in front of everybody that Moses not anointed him, but kind of set him up to be the guy. So now they know Eleazar is a high priest, and now we have Joshua is the point man in waiting. Because as we understand also, the entire book of Deuteronomy is really a 30-day period of time.
God.
So we're towards the end of Numbers, and this is within days of us going in and taking over Canaan. So this is just all the preparation necessary before we embark into our new scenario. So chapter 28 and 29 kind of goes back and reiterates all of the sacrificing and all of the different high holidays we're supposed to adhere to once we get into our entire land again. Okay, so that's where we're at right now in Numbers chapter 28, verse 1.
I'm about to pull out. But what's crazy was the Most High. I thought the Most High was plaguing the whole nation. He just plagued that one tribe that follows bad examples.
Yes, it was Simeon that got banged on. That law. Listen, Simeon was obviously in the 40s. They got knocked down to 22. It was 24,000 got wiped out. That was in one tribe.
God, so it's like you know what it shows? It shows that it's very sensitive when you're going into new endeavors. Going into our land, Israel, the Most High has to continue to eradicate weak examples, negative examples, because when we set roots down, the question is how long are we going to last in our kingdom? And those bad examples over time.
And the leaders have to sit back here and take on the greater responsibility. But okay, Numbers 28, verse 1 through what? There we are.
I didn't salute him.
Hey, you want to get this? Oh yeah, let's get you. I'm sorry, that was.
If you want me,
That's
sorry.
Let's get the 28, and then we'll give Tasha part 29. Let's get you comfortable for the first time, man. Let me get you in. What's that?
You want me to go? No, you didn't agree.
No, we're good because
Okay.
the brothers went to Austin.
Yeah, that's cool. We don't know.
Okay.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shamaywan, Ban, Yasharala.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yashala, Amachim, Rak, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah. Numbers chapter 28, verse 1.
All right, let's do it.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire, for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season.
So this is the reminder of all the sacrifices and sweet savors the Most High expected Israel to produce to the Most High. Read on.
Verse 3. And thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto the Most High, 2 lambs of the first year, without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering.
So imagine this is every household had to produce 2 lambs a day for the continual burnt offering. This burnt offering was going on day and night. Read on.
Verse 4. The one lamb shalt thou offer in the morning, and the other lamb shalt thou offer at even.
So there was constant sacrifice. That oven was cooking all damn day long to burn these sacrifices. This altar was. Read on.
And a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of an hin beaten oil.
Now he's also saying on top of the 2 lambs that are burnt every day, this meat offering, a little bit was to be burnt, but the rest of it was given to the priest, okay, to take care of their families. Read on.
It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Most High. And the drink offering thereof shall be the 4th part of an hin for the 1 lamb. In the holy place shalt thou cause the strong wine to be poured unto the Most High for a drink offering. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at even, as the meat offering of the morning. And as the drink offering thereof, thou shalt offer it, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Most High.
Read on.
And on the Sabbath day, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, beside the continual burnt offering, and his drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months, ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Most High, 2 young bullocks, and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 bullock, and 2 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 ram.
So it explains the burnt offerings for the Sabbath, the burnt offerings for the new moon, beginning of months, and yeah. So let's keep going.
Verse 13. And a several tenth deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Most High. And their drink offerings shall be half an hin of wine unto a bullock, and the 3rd part of an hin unto a ram, and a 4th part of an hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering unto the Most High shall be offered, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the 14th day of the first month.
So burnt offering, drink offering, meat offering, which is the meat offering, and your sin offering. Read on.
And in the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of the Most High. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. In the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no manner of servile work therein.
What you're going to find out when you get to Joshua, right before they enter, right after they cross the Jordan, they celebrate the Passover. So it's very like, Mosiah is really about, I guess, keeping everything on schedule. We sat back here and we left Egypt, obviously, it was the Passover time. Now we're entering into the land of Canaan. It's going to be the Passover time as well. So this is the Mosiah that's going back over all the instructions and high holy days we were supposed to follow when we got into the land of Canaan. Read on.
Verse 19. But ye shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto the Most High. 2 young bullocks, and 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3 tenth deals shall ye offer for a bullock, and 2 tenth deals for a ram. A several tenth deal shall thou offer for every lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 goat for a sin offering to make an atonement for you.
Mm-hmm.
Ye shall offer these beside the burnt offering in the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. After this manner ye shall offer daily throughout the 7 days the meat of the sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Most High. It shall be offered beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And on the 7th day ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. Excuse me. You shall do no servile work.
Mm-hmm.
Also on the day of the first fruits, when ye bring a new meat offering unto the Most High, after your weeks be out, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work.
After the 50 days, yes. Read on.
But ye shall offer the burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Most High. 2 young bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year. And their meat offering of flour mingled with oil, 3 tenth deals unto 1 bullock, 2 tenth deals unto 1 ram, a several tenth deal unto 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats to make an atonement for you. Ye shall offer them beside the continual burnt offering and his meat offering. They shall be unto you without blemish, and their drink offerings.
Okay. Go on. Let's get the next rhythm. That's sponsor.
Tazapah, Shal Shabbatah, Rahaban, Ban Rahaban, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Tasapah, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala, Amajim, Rab, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah. Numbers chapter 29 and verse 1. And in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, ye shall have a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. It is the day of blowing. The trumpets unto you.
Mm-hmm. This is memorial blowing the trumpets. This is about gathering everybody together, because it was a long period of time from first fruits to the blowing of the trumpets. This is that coming together of the people. Okay, read on.
And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Lord. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish.
Mm-hmm.
And their meat offerings shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3 tenths deals for a bullock, and 2 tenths deal for a ram, and 1 tenth deal for 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, to make an atonement for you, besides the burnt offering of the month, and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering, and his meat offering, and their drink offerings, according unto their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And ye shall have on the 10th day of the 7th month an holy convocation, and ye shall afflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein.
And that's the Day of Atonement. So we have the more the blowing of trumpets, which is the gathering of the people. And it's also, we're supposed to gather to start dealing with the issues and all the offenses that happened from all this extended time being away. And once all the offenses are brought to the forefront, and you've realized how you've offended, and you've realized how negative you've been over the past year, this is when the Day of Atonement comes into effect. And now you have a day to afflict your souls, ask forgiveness for your conduct, and ask the Most High to work with you and forgive you again for the next year. Read on.
But ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord for a sweet savor, one young bullock, one ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deal to a bullock, and 2/10 deal to one ram. A several tenth deal for one lamb throughout the 7 lambs. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month ye shall have a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work, and ye shall keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days.
And this is the Feast of Tabernacles. And this is 5 days after the Day of Atonement. So you're seeing that, I think it was the first, the 7th month first day, exactly. So the 7th month first day was dealing with the blowing of the trumpets. It's the calling together of all the people to come together, start dealing and addressing issues. Within 10 days of all these addresses being brought out, all these issues being addressed, now you have the time to make it right for your sins. And 5 days after that, that's the opportunity to go have feast and have a good time and kind of like nurture all the mistakes and have an opportunity to gather together after all the slackies were said, all the my faults, my bads, I'll do right by you. Now you come back together and make things right so we can push that good relationship and the positive vibes down the way. Read on.
And ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto every bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 deals to each ram of the 2 rams, and a several tenth deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 2nd day ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the 3rd day 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs.
Because the feast offering, the Feast of Tabernacles was 7 days. It was 7 days of feast. So they're going specifically from 1 to 7, all that has to be done and all the sacrifices that are supposed to be given during this time. So keep going.
Shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 4th day 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. Their meat offering, and their drink offering, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 5th day 9 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 6th day 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering, and on the 7th day 7 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offerings, his meat offering and his drink offering. On the 8th day ye shall have a solemn assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. These things ye shall do unto the Lord in your set feasts, besides your vows, and your freewill offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moses told the children of Israel, according to all the Lord commanded Moses.
Give me verse 1, chapter 30, verse 1.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 1. And Moses spake unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which the Lord had commanded.
And that's the end of the reading part. Let's go into another couple verses though. But pretty much it's self-explanatory. We've read about the high holidays before. It didn't focus just on the high holidays. It was focusing on how many animals were supposed to be sacrificed during the high holidays, and just the process of how, and the system of how the sacrifices were supposed to go down when they went and transferred into the land of cross Jordan and went to the land of Canaan.
That's a lot of work, bro. That's work.
Listen, I'm really trying to find out, man. Listen, man, you're sacrificing all day, man.
All day, every day.
Listen. You have an entire nation of people. I wonder. Listen, you're dealing with per tribe. You're dealing with 40 to 60,000 people. And if you got the morning shift, I'm assuming that you would want to be the first tribe called. Because what if you're the last tribe called? You can't do nothing until you kill these damn animals for the day. We going to stop, do this, and come back and go do that?
You would have to break that up.
Hell yeah.
To break that up.
It wasn't just like one animal, bro. You're dealing with bulls. You know how buff and strong these bulls are?
Yeah.
Then you work your way down to the lambs. You're exhausted.
I got to see some in person, man.
Yeah.
Out at Albuquerque.
Uh-huh.
God, them heifers, man.
Their chest plates are huge, right? And you got to hack that thing down to pieces in front of the door of the tabernacle.
And like, from the end of this damn thing to like, shit, like their heads, like probably like to this second banner stand, a little bit like in the middle. Then they just about
wide as hell.
Wide. Their heads like.
How big was the altar, man? How big and wide was the altar? And how durable was it to keep burning continually?
Man.
40 to 60,000 people. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 40 to 60,000 men. 20 to 60. And they had to be accountable for their families.
So was there an outlook? So not just an outlook, but would doing that all the time make it robotic in itself? Because
it was exactly robotic. Listen, I get what you're saying. You're saying we're doing it so much, make it robotic. I think the fact you were doing it so much was for us to be conscious of Heavenly Father. Because if every day I'm going through this routine, the goal would be to think about the Most High every day. And that's like coming to class every day in the morning and class in the night. The hope would be that I'm surrounded around scriptures enough to take that concept home to me.
Just once again, we're just circling.
And my mind's occupied.
Yeah. I'm just keeping him busy. I'm going to bless him. Listen, everywhere we go. You read when we took out the Midianites, we left with 40,000 damn beeves. Beeves are huge bulls. They're bulls. He said, we left with like, I think 60,000 beeves in the Midianites. On top of all the other thousands of lambs and all these other animals, man. He's constantly giving us something. He's just like, man, you just keep your mind on me.
So that's what it meant. Commit thy works in time and thy thoughts.
That is an aspect of it. It's whatever I'm doing. Can I sit back here and keep myself busy in the midst of all these distractions? Now, back then, everything was insulated and controlled. This is what the Most High was about, controlling the environment to make it easier on Israel. We don't have that luxury now. But that was how it was supposed to be. But then you look at how it was dealing in Ezekiel and Jeremiah. I remember reading in Ezekiel 3. Listen, the Most High sent Ezekiel by the hair. I don't know why the angels had him by the hair. Pulling him by the hair and sent him to this place, this city by the river, where obviously was some real low-level Jews. He tried to teach them, and then said, man, lock yourself in the door. Because they didn't like what you had to say. But the Most High knew they didn't like what he had to say, but they had to be judged. So now you got these Jews in Babylon who were giving themselves living like Babylonians.
So did he have to take the abuse that was meant for Israel?
Hell yeah.
Pretty much.
That's like Isaiah saying, I turn my back to the smiters.
All right.
Listen, the teachers got to be the ones that take the brunt of the hatred. I never forget, Moses sat back here in the midst of the people, and they got rocks and boulders aplenty out, ready to get them out. It's a dirty, difficult, tough job to restore Israel. It a lot of times feels like it's damn impossible. Because when we really think about it, all we could do is teach and warn and get out of the way. I'm sorry, teach, warn, be blameless, and get out the way. Because if you're not blameless, they're going to blame you for why they don't change. And that's the crappy part about this position.
That's what Paul's talking about.
Even if you are blameless, they still don't blame.
It's just a little less blame. It's a few less things they can sit back
They
and
still
point the
blame
finger.
Moses. Trying to find something on him.
Exactly. Exactly.
Remember that?
And it's exactly, remember, because it was like in Exodus 12. It was way before they got picked out. Oh man. Yeah, but that's what's up. That is the nation of Israel. So let's also go to. Give me 1 second. Like I said, we're in that territory where things get kind of like abstract with some of these verses, these chapters. Let's do this one. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 1. You want to go get some reading tonight? All right, Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 1 through chapter 2 and verse 3. Let me type this in and get you saluted real quick. All right, let's do it. Just give us your name, tribe, and Israel. So,
Adam.
Shol Shabbatah.
Shol Shabbatah.
Ban.
Ban.
Yahawada.
Yahawada.
Ban.
Ban.
Yashal.
Yasha.
Adam. Shol Shabbatah. Ban Yahawada. Ban Yashal. Amajim. Rak. Yahawah Hashem Yahshai Braktam. All right. Let's get it. Okay, so we're going to go Jeremiah chapter 1. And we're going to read it to chapter 2, verse 3.
Jeremiah chapter 1. The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Anathoth, in the land of Benjamin.
So Jeremiah was Levite. That were relegated or delegated to be in the land of Benjamin. Read on.
To whom the word of Yah Elohim came in the days of Josiah the son.
Let's do this. When we say the Lord, just say the Most High or
Most
Yahweh.
High. Alright.
Just say the Most High is even better.
To whom the word of the Most High came in the days of Josiah the son of Ammon, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign.
Okay.
It came also in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the carrying away of Jerusalem, captive in the 5th month.
So what they're saying is Jeremiah was present during the time from Josiah all the way down to Jehoiakim and Zedekiah. Josiah was one of the ones the Most High said in Ecclesiasticus, that were of pure of heart. He said there was 3 kings that were great. It was David, Hezekiah, and Josiah. Josiah was the one who brought back and reinstituted the Bible. He was the one that said that when he was on the inventory of the temple, the priest found a book and went, "What's this book?" "I think this book's called the Bible." What do you think Josiah wants to do it? So Josiah sat back here and retaught the Jews, and because he did that, the Most High said, "You know what? I'm not going to take down Israel during your time, or take down Judah during your time. I'm going to take it down a few generations down." So after Josiah died, then it was Jehoiakim, and he didn't stay in the power for a couple years. Then it went from Jehoiakim to Zedekiah, and that's when it fell, because both of those sons went back into idolatry. Okay? Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and 4. Then the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee, and before thou comest forth out of the womb I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations.
So we have to understand also, is when the Most High has chosen us, He's chosen us. And He chooses us before creation, before we're created. And He says, "Man, I knew you before you came out of your mother's womb." Read on.
Jeremiah 1 and verse 6.
And he says, Jeremiah was ordained and chosen to be a teacher or a prophet to the world. Read on.
Then said I, my sovereign, the Most High, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child.
So once again, like most of us, when we're called and we're chosen to teach His word, a lot of us don't think we're worthy. A lot of us don't think that we're ready. But the Most High is going to tell Jeremiah something. Read on.
Verse 7. But the Most High said unto me, Say not, I am a child.
He said, don't sit back here and say that I'm young, or I'm inexperienced, or I don't think I have what it takes. Read on.
For thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I command thee, thou shalt speak.
He says, if you just follow me and drop the message I'm trying to get you to drop, you'll be fine. Read on.
Verse 8. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Most High. Then the Most High put forth his hand and touched my mouth.
What he's also telling us is, regardless of what we talked about just a second ago, when you start to teach, one of the first things you're going to have to face is when you teach, people are going to resist. People aren't going to want to hear. People are going to pout. They're going to throw fits. They're going to be angry at the fact that you're trying to be that light to the world. Even the idea of being a father to the fatherless is very difficult. Because when you bring a message, when you try to correct, you try to teach, most people sit back here and don't want to hear the message. They fight the message. They fight the lesson. So once again, our job is to not fear their faces, teach judgment, back out the way, let the Most High intervene, then you come back in and teach again. I've seen it 1,000 times. It is when you develop somebody, it's a process of teaching, warning, being blameless, get out of the way, let the Most High intervene, teach, show the individual, then they'll come back and say, man, you were right. I wasn't thinking right. Most High stumbled. But when we try to control the narrative too much, we try to get in the way too much, we're robbing the Most High from the lessons He's trying to teach us. Okay? Read on.
Verse 9, latter half. And the Most High said unto me, Behold,
God, that's exactly what it is. But keep going on.
Behold, I have put my words in thy mouth.
Mm-hmm.
See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms to root out and to pull down and to destroy and to throw down, to build, and to plant.
I like this chapter a lot and this verse a lot because he's explaining what development is about. It's initially violent. It's initially the spirit of taking and attacking and pulling down and destroying, but it's not just about destroying. A lot of young men, they think teaching is about tearing down and destroying and cutting. That's only one small element of the process. The crazy thing is, it's easy to cut. It takes a long time to build. It takes a long time to plant. It takes even longer to water. So he's showing you, yes, you have to cut and tear down with the intention to build up. So you still have to be in the mindset of being, this is the long game. I'm in this for the long haul. If I'm going to tear you down and destroy your foundation, I better be willing to sit back and rebuild a better one.
You just cut them and walk away.
That's been Israel for 25 years. Oh, they were sealed. Then they'll say, oh, they were sealed because I told them they was Jews and I cut them and I walked off. Sealed. My job is done. Let me go seal the next person. Let me go seal the next person. So let me just sit back here and be a havoc and just destroy and pull down everybody's foundation and leave it up to them to figure it out. That's selfish and that's black-hearted. We're supposed, if you're going to root up, if you're going to sit back here and have the stones to correct and chastise, then be there during the aftermath. When everything is said and done, and you got to go build them up and fix them after you cut them and you rip the floor from them. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and 11. Moreover, the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then said the Most High unto me, Thou hast well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it. And the word of the Most High came unto me the second time, saying, What seest thou? And I said, I see a seething pot, and the face thereof is towards the north.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Most High said unto me, Out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land.
So once again, this was before everything went downhill, but Jeremiah kind of like took off where Isaiah had left off. Isaiah wasn't fortunate enough to last through his prophecies, because Isaiah was prophesying about the downfall of Israel and that a nation in the north was going to take him over. But the prophecy didn't last in his time and they ended up killing him. I heard they ended up sawing him in half.
What?
Yes. I heard that they put him in a tree stump, and they sawed him in half. Man. I read that in the foreword. I read that in the foreword in the Bible, my first Bible I had. And it could be wrong, but I don't think so. It was in the foreword talking about Isaiah. I got it at the house. It talked about how he was cut in half. He was killed. He was martyred. Because the lesson, not the lesson, but the prophecy wasn't fulfilled during his time period. And that was the law. If the prophecy wasn't fulfilled, you can kill them because they were a dreamer. So they took that literally.
Right.
So, but really it was just the fact that it was almost that time. And now Jeremiah is picking up where Isaiah left off, saying the same thing. I see the seething pot. It's coming from the north. That north country was obviously Babylon. Read on.
Jeremiah 1 and 15. For lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, saith the Most High. And they shall come, and they shall set every one of his throne at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem, and set against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Judah.
So he's saying that the nations are going to come from the north, and they're going to surround the walls of Judah. Now the northern kingdom was already eradicated. They were already in Assyria, in the two cities in Assyria. Okay, read on.
Jeremiah 1 and 16. And I will utter my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and who have burned incense unto other mighty ones.
Unto other gods, other lower level gods. Just so you can say gods out. You're fine.
All right. And worship the works of their own hands.
Exactly. Read on.
Thou therefore gird up thy loins, and arise, and speak unto them all that I command thee. Be not dismayed at their faces.
He's saying to not be dismayed at their faces, because Israel is going to sit back here and go on the offensive if you tell them that they got to live right. You check Israel about their conduct, they're going to want to fight. You sit back here and show them that they have to be better, they're going to want to fight. So be not dismayed at their faces. Read on.
Verse 17, latter half. Lest I confound thee before them. Verse 18, for behold, I have made thee this day a defenced city, and an iron pillar, in brazen walls against the whole land, against the kings of Judah, against the princes thereof, against the priests thereof, and against the land of the and Salakia, and against the people of the land.
So what he's saying, he made Jeremiah a defense city and an iron pillar against the kings of Judah and the priests. What he's saying is, don't worry about their threats. Don't worry about the king of Judah's threats. Don't worry about the fact that they're going to sit back here and probably attempt to put you to death. He says, I'm your defense. I'm your protection. Don't be dismayed. Read on. Because that's what the dismay is. These guys are out to kill you. When you stand up for what's right, they're not. It ain't like now, where you see on the streets, you might get cussed out. You might see an argument. These guys are ready to kill you out. And like we went over last Monday, how in 2nd Esdras 3, Israel had a black heart out. Israel had no love in their heart out. So if they were offended, they were going to kill you. If you were trying to show them the right way, they weren't going to sit back and argue. They're going to deal with you. So read on.
Jeremiah 1:19. And they shall fight against thee, but they shall not prevail against thee. For I am with thee, said the Most High, to deliver thee.
And he reminds us that, I guess as young teachers, we come here and we try to teach the word. We try to sit back here and stand up for what's right. And we have the purest of intentions. We have the purest of ideology when we do it. But I don't think we understand the magnitude of the kickback or the blowback that comes from trying to stand up and do the right thing. When you teach and you try to live right, you will become hated. From family, from people out there in the world, from peers inside. It doesn't matter where. The more the light shines brighter in you, and as that light keeps getting brighter, the more you accomplish and change and grow, you will get more hate, more disgust. And he's like, don't be dismayed. Don't let that negativity prevail against it, because I'm looking after you. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 2 and verse 1. Moreover, the word of the Most High came to me, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Most High, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth, the love of thy espousals, when thou wentest after me in the wilderness, in a land that was not sown.
What's crazy is that he's trying, before he just completely turns his back on, to try to sit back here and think of even the smallest of times when we were in the wilderness. The smallest of times when we had an appreciation for him in the wilderness. It wasn't many times, but there were small periods of time when we were pleased and happy and were cleaving to the Heavenly Father. And he's like, listen, man, Jeremiah's job was to try to take the nation and get the nation to remember when they once loved the Most High. And that is the challenge for all teachers. Do we have the skill and ability to bring us back to the remembrance at a time when we saw the good in the Most High? When we valued servitude, when we valued service? That is the challenge that every teacher has to face. Can I inspire my people? Can we inspire our people to want to do good and to remember a time that when they did good, the Most High was with them? You got to use those small instances of our espousal to the Most High to continue to motivate and to inspire greater works and greater activity. And that is hard as hell. Because from the time in Egypt, it was 38, 39 years of bullshit, coupled with a couple good highlights. That's really what it was. How many times from damn Exodus to Numbers or Deuteronomy did we see the people were truly content, truly at peace with the Heavenly Father? They weren't even at peace when they had on them quails and they were blowing up in their damn mouth and they was getting sick. They weren't happy. They weren't happy when the manna came. They was a little happy when the water came. They were at peace when the water came. They were at peace when the Egyptians died for that little period of time. Then when they walked down out of the wood in the wilderness, they were angry again. Then they were happy for a short time when we took out the Amalekites. Then when Moses was up in the mountain, we weren't happy. We were negative. Mosai came down, swallowed up or killed some people. Then we were sorry, Father. We do love you now. There were little small periods of time when we were doing well. But crazy thing is this. This is what the spirit of counsel is even today. When you're dealing with a sick person, man, you can go pages full of reasons and times when Israel was full of crap. I have a job to say. Remember when you did this one good thing and you came to class and you listened? And when you listen, what good thing happened? You got, listen, it's hard. It's hard sometimes to find the little good in a person's track record, which is full of mistakes. But this was what he was trying to get Jeremiah to tap into that spirit. Don't forget, by this time, they were fully formed in their idolatry. They were all in, man. Anybody teaching the Bible, you was a marked man. You was a marked man. You were made man. You're done. I'm killing this guy. So the whole place was rampant with negative. But most of them, you know what, Jeremiah, go there and remind them when our relationship was good. And that's on like a macro level. On a micro level, we're dealing with individual people. That's how we have to restore people also. Let me find the little good that I've seen when it was all bad. When you did a rough patch in your marriage, what do you think you got to do? Just saying, damn, I gotta focus on when we went to the damn restaurant and we was laughing together and everything was cool that day. I gotta focus on that. For the good time. I gotta focus on the good times. I gotta focus on that and build on that, or build on when the sister was on point. Those little periods of time and work on that. I gotta block out everything else because it's too easy to see the obvious BS. When you're developing, I gotta see the small things and harp on the small things if I want to build and maintain and kind of like change the course of the relationship. This is what the Most High is saying. I've never read this, and this is really damn good. Okay. But it shows you the Most High never gave up on us, man. And as angry as he was like, man, he was trying different things like we try different things. They didn't listen to Isaiah. Damn it. Isaiah had to die. Jeremiah, you do it. This is what you got to say. Get him to focus on this. He was sending person after person to try to revive that relationship, that fleshy heart, that it forced, or to even to get them to see that there is a fleshy heart there. But Second Ezra was right after, it was 30 years after we were in Babylon and getting stung. And Ezra was like, man, Israel we just didn't give a shit. We just didn't have the heart. We didn't care. And if you don't care, like Israel did, that was why they was tapping into the witchcraft. I want what I want quick, man. I don't want to. I don't care. I don't care about this and this and this. I want what I want quickly without losing time and burdening myself with this servitude crap. I want to live my life. So anyway, when it says, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth, the love of thine espousals, when thou wentest after me in the wilderness, in a land that was not sown. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 2 and verse 3.
He just cried this information to him. Bring him back to when we started. Read on.
Israel was holiness unto the Most High.
At one particular time, even the crazy thing is after that first generation died off, the second generation was a little more hopeful. And the negative was a lot easier to be contained. It was just Simeon tripping here, little tripping there. But as a whole, that second group had it together. And it's like, let me use that little space of time when they were trying. And they were faithful and they were at peace. He ain't talking about the first generation. He's talking about the second generation that was holiness unto the Lord. Read on.
Israel was holiness unto the Most High, and the first fruits of his increase.
Exactly. If there was a period of time when Israel was number one in his heart, and their actions proved it too. Read on.
All that devour him shall offend, evil shall come upon them, saith the Most
So
High.
he's saying everybody that offended the Jews was getting stomped at that time. I.e. who? Midianites, i.e. Sihon, Og, all these different nations that was against us. When we were living right and they offended us, they fell. Read on. No, that's all I wanted from that verse. That was all the point that was being driven. Let's do one more. 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 46 through 21. Sorry. 1846.
What you say?
1 Kings 18, verse 46 through chapter 19 and 21. Okay. Let's see. Already. Okay. 1 second, Joe. My fault. I had to type it in. One man band here. 1 Kings 18. I think this is dealing with oh my goodness. I think it's Elijah and Elisha. 1 Kings 18, yeah. 1 Kings 18 and 46.
1 Kings chapter 18 and verse 46. And the hand of the Most High was on Elijah, and he girded up his loins and ran before Ahab to the entrance of Jezreel. 1 Kings 19 and 1. And Ahab told Jezebel all that Elijah had done, and withal how he had slain all the prophets with the sword.
So listen, Elijah killed all the prophets of Baal. Okay, read on.
Chapter 19 verse 2. Then Jezebel sent a messenger unto Elijah, saying, So let the mighty ones.
This say gods, lower level gods.
Lower level gods. So
Just say gods. Just say gods. Just say gods.
So let
make this deep.
So let the gods do to me and more also, if I make not thy life as the life of one of them by tomorrow about this time.
So Jezebel's like, listen, man, let the gods do what they're gonna do to me, because I promise you today that you're gonna die like you killed the prophets. I'm gonna get you too. Public enemy number one. Read on.
Verse 3. And when he saw that he arose and went for his life and came to Beersheba, which belonged to Judah, and left his servant there. But he himself went a day's journey into the wilderness and came and sat down under a juniper tree, and he requested for himself that he might die.
Listen, he was obviously exhausted, pushed to his brink. The Most High consistently does this to Israel. He pushes us to the brink, and he wants to see, do we rely on him or get angry at him? There is a reason when we were sitting back here, even in talking about the wilderness back in Israel, he pushed us to the brink that there was real fear that there'd be no water. This is how the Most High works with us. This is how he teaches us. You got to get pushed to the brink so you can choose to cleave to the Heavenly Father and not cleave to your own way. So at this particular point, he's on the run. The funny thing is, from a carnal perspective, Elijah stood up for what's right, and now he's at the point to die. From exhaustion, fear, all these military forces coming after him, they're chasing him. Read on.
Verse 4, latter half. And said, It is enough. Now, O the Most High, take away my life, for I am not better than my fathers.
So obviously, Elijah was getting weak at this time. He was getting weak. He was getting exhausted. He was getting beat up. Read on.
Verse 5. And as he lied and slept under a juniper tree, behold, then an angel touched him and said unto him, Arise and eat. And he looked, and behold, there was a cake baking on the coals, and a crust of water at his head. And he did eat and drank, and laid him down again. And the angel of the Most High came again the second time and touched him and said, Arise and eat, because the journey is too great for thee. And he arose and did eat and drink, and went into the strength of that meat 40 days and 40 nights unto Horeb, the mount of the Most High.
Phenomenal how our bodies would work back in those days. How little food we needed to sit back and last 40
A man
days.
well nurtured doesn't require much.
Yeah. Say it again.
A man well nurtured
Mhm.
tells about how he doesn't require much.
Exactly. Listen, listen. All facts for 4 days, 40 nights, bro. And just a cruise of water and stuff. But that's our bodies. And listen, because it was amazing is Esdras was doing the same thing. He was sitting back here constantly 40 days, knocking out 40 days of fasting out.
It's training too.
Yes.
Your body get used to not having a certain amount.
Yeah.
Or something. If you just endure through the process.
It's true. But constantly being uncomfortable, constantly putting yourself last, prepares him for the blessings. But 40 days, 40 nights, no drinking. You get a little bit of food, and that's it.
That's hard.
I'm just saying
That's rough.
he was already at the point to die.
That's crazy.
Then he gets a couple meals, and you got to go back out here and knock out 40 more days.
I'm not saying I can do it.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying how hard and difficult that is. And this was the Most High's chosen.
Right.
The chosen got to go through all this difficulty.
Well, wasn't the food pure too? It wasn't contaminated. It wasn't genetically modified.
Listen, I'm gonna say this, bro. We can go non-GMO, gluten-free all them day long, guys. There's something more to it than that. I'm not saying that had no part of it.
Got it.
But your regular Joe wasn't knocking down 40 days, 40 nights out with no food, without tripping out.
No food, no water.
No food, no water. Listen, there's something. These guys are on a level spiritually, bro. That I can't even fathom. I can't.
Man's spirit shall sustain his infirmities.
I know the words.
We know the right.
The words are phenomenal, but the application of it.
You had to be locked in, no doubt about it.
God,
So it wasn't just not having distractions, it's not letting distractions
bro.
deter you.
Like I said, man, I can't quantify
Right. That's crazy.
how mentally you have to be to sustain it. Because even at the end, he says, Father, just take my life. I couldn't do it. He didn't say, man, why are you putting me through this, man? I did your job for you. And this is what I get in return? That's what it is. That's what most Israel would have did. So his obedience was off the chart. He said, Father, I'm no different than my father's not. My flesh is weak. I can't do it. And that was him just saying, I can't. But that still wasn't rebellion. He just couldn't do it. But most people couldn't even, would sit back and question the idea of why do I have to sit back here and be on this level of struggle when I'm doing what you want me to do.
Damn.
Obviously, he had to sit back and just hide in the woods. He couldn't go get no food. There was no food around. Man.
But that shows what Paul was talking about. He said, who shall deliver me, oh wretched man I am?
Yeah.
Being in this flesh, bro, it just pulls on you. Like you said, you ever counsel somebody and you're exhausted afterwards and you just need to eat some bad food?
Yes.
Or have a drink.
I know. And it's harder to do that sometimes than lift bricks. It really is. And you're zapped of life force.
And you just gotta give your flesh something to just continue. And so I can understand him saying, I can't go on.
I can't go.
Like, give him something to eat.
Yeah.
His flesh needs something.
Yeah. And now give him so you can go do 40 more.
God damn.
But the crazy thing is, he's with the temperament and the mindset he had when everything was struggle. He said, Father, I just can't do it. There was still respect. There was still humility. There wasn't anger. How many of us being deprived, as long as this guy was being deprived, Elijah would still be at peace with the depravity. He was at peace with being denied. It's one thing to not get what you want and you're going through these fluctuations of emotion. They was at peace with the denial. Okay, I'm just not gonna get what I want, man. And I'm okay. I can't go further, but I'm okay with the fact that you got me going through this.
He accepted it.
That's the point.
So that way he wasn't wrestling in his mind with once you accept your condition, then you can deal with it.
Exactly. But that was what Israel could never do. Because the crazy thing is, when you serve the Most High, part of what made it hard is the conditions always change. The one thing that's consistent is that you're gonna be coming last. But the conditions and circumstances behind you being last is always changing. So he still keeps everybody on their toes with the one idea that, hey, I'm just not gonna get what I want, and can I be at peace with coming last? Can I be at peace with not getting what I want and everybody else getting what they need? I did my job. I slayed these prophets. I'm on the run. I don't know if I can make it. I'm running on E. So let's keep going. The angel brings some food and water. I don't know what's in these cakes, man. It was just some cakes, man. It's some damn carrot cake, man. It's some damn pound cake, guys. It was like yellow pound cake. Don't touch that cake. I don't know what it is. But anyway, it's a cruise of water, some cake. Read on.
1 Kings chapter 19 and 9.
Thank you, sir.
And he came thither unto a cave and lodged there. And behold, the word of the Most High came to him. And he said unto him, What doest thou here, Elijah? And he said, I have been very jealous for the Most High of hosts. For the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant, thrown down thine altars, and slain thy prophets with the sword. And I only am left, and I seek my Salakia, and I seek my life, and to take it away.
This verse gives even that much more clarity that he wasn't even mad at the Most High that he was going through. He was mad at Israel, that the people that we got into this situation in the first place. I am jealous for the Most High. I'm pissed off like the Most High will be pissed off at the people. What it shows you is that we have to fight our tails off to learn how to think like the Heavenly Father. In order to get through any of these battles, we have to learn how to look at life through his lens. That's where the peace of mind comes from. He's like, in his mind, I got to do this. I got to go on the run because nobody else in Israel will stand up. So I'm pissed off for the Most High, because if others were standing up doing their job, I wouldn't be in this situation myself. That's the person who's bought in to the Most High's approach and mindset. Read on.
Verse 11. And he said, Go forth and stand upon the mount before the Most High. And behold, the Most High passed by, and a great and strong wind rent the mountains, and brake in pieces the rocks before the Most High. But the Most High was not in the wind, and after the wind an earthquake, but the Most High was not in the earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
And after the earthquake a fire, but the Most High was not in the fire. And after the fire a still small voice.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so, when Elijah heard it, that he wrapped his face in his mantle, and went out and stood in the entering of the cave. And behold, there came a voice unto him, and said, What doest thou here, Elijah? And he said, I have been very jealous for the Most High of hosts, because the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant, thrown down thine altars, and slain thy prophets with the sword. And I, even I, am left. I only am left. And they seek my life to take it away.
So the Most High asked Elijah the same question twice. And it just showed that was what the Most High was waiting to hear. Was there anybody going to stand up for righteousness' sake in Israel? Was there anybody going to sit back here and say, man, enough is enough? I'm riding with the Most High. Everybody else can kick rocks. So what he says, listen, go read verse 15.
Verse 15. And the Most High said unto him, Go, return on thy way to the wilderness of Damascus. And when thou comest, anoint Hazael. Hazael.
Yeah, there you go.
And anoint Hazael to be king over Syria.
So what now he's like, listen, man, now that I got at least one person who's down for me, I'm going to sit back and flip the entire script on Ahab and Jezebel. He says, go to Syria and let the Syrians know that Hazael is going to be the king over Syria. Read on.
Verse 16. And Jehu, the son of Nimshi, shalt thou anoint to be king over Israel. And Elisha, the son of Shaphat, of Abimeel,
Yes.
Abimeeliah.
Yeah, that's, hey, it's a tough one.
All right.
Abel Mihola.
Abel Meholah shalt thou anoint to be prophet in thy room.
So this now the Mosiah is setting up the next group of people that's going to come in and do his job, do his will. I would assume Hazael is going to be the king that starts to discomfort Ahab and Jezebel. Then you got the king that's going to be coming in the place of Ahab. And then you sit back here and have Elisha, who is going to sit back, who will be the understudy of Elijah and learn from him. Okay, just like we read earlier about Joshua being the understudy of Moses. So we also understand that this is dealing with the northern kingdom. This is not about the southern kingdom with this particular one. This is northern kingdom stuff. Read on.
Verse 17. And it shall come to pass that him that escapeth the sword of Hazael shall Jehu slay, and him that escapeth from the sword of Jehu shall Elisha slay.
So what the Mosiah is always showing, it's another example of many that shows that when a few are found faithful, the Most High defends the few who are faithful. And he ends up setting up different situations that nobody could possibly think of to foil the individuals getting in the way of the Most High's plans. Read on.
Verse 18. Yet I have left me 7,000 in Israel, all the knees which have not bowed unto Baal, and every mouth which have not kissed him.
So he's saying there's been a complete amount of Israelites that have not given themselves to Baal. Now the crazy thing is 7,000 is still an extremely small number in comparison to an innumerable nation. But he's like there's a small amount of people who haven't changed and turned themselves into Baal's way. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to sit back here and start breaking down this nation for the sake of this handful of people who truly believe. Read on.
1 Kings chapter 19 and 19. So he departed hence and found Elisha, the son of Shaphat, who was plowing with 12 yoke of oxen before him, and he with the 12th.
So a yoke is 2. So he was plowing with 24 oxen. He was on 2 of them doing work. So what it's showing you, one thing is that Elisha he came from Shekoyah. Because to have the plowing of 24 oxen, that means you had wealth to work your land. It wasn't some broke cat. I say that to say that he had something to lose. And Elijah sits back here and tells this guy, get off this ox and come serve the Most High, follow me. And all Elisha said is, hey, can I tell my daddy and mama bye? And I'm out. You know what I mean? Well, let's keep going.
Verse 19, latter half.
Strong too.
And Elijah passed by him and cast his mantle upon him. And he left the oxen and ran after Elijah and said, let me, I pray thee, kiss my father and my mother, and then I will follow thee. And he said unto him, go back again, for what I have done to thee.
Read on.
And he returned back from him and took a yoke of oxen and slew them and boiled their flesh with the instruments of the oxen and gave unto the people, and they did eat. Then he arose and went after Elijah and ministered unto him.
And then he ministered unto him. And this is another example of how the Spirit of the Most High will enter that person who really truly knows how to serve and really truly knows how to follow and really truly learns how to set aside how he looks at things, to sit back and learn how the spiritual man, the Most High, looks at things. And with that process, you can do the same thing. So it's just this chapter kind of connects with how Moses tutored and trained Joshua to where he could sit back here and be potent like Moses was. Okay? But that's all of that verse that I need. Are there any questions right now? Statements, comments, things to add on to the topic? Because we're almost at that time, and I want to make sure before we start saluting, doing our prayers and all that stuff, we answer any questions online or answer any questions Anybody in class by that? Going once. You know, there's a little delay online, so I want to make sure. I'm just gonna go on some further. Amajim Wapunya Yerushalayim. Rise and face the east. Okay. Yahweh Hashem Yahshai, Hahawa'ah, Nathalanawa, Hathawara. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai, that gives unto us the law. Oh. Okay, real quick, the questions we started with what chapters did we start with before class? The chapters we started were, I'm just going to go real quick. Numbers 25, verse 10 through chapter 30, verse 1. And then we went through Job chapter 29. And there was a few verses in between that. Okay. I'll continue to pray. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharala. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love. Spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai, Ahawa'ah, Nathalanawa, Awar, Lara'ah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai, Ahawa'ah, Nathalanawa, Ha'ayom, Kwara, Lakwara, Ha'ayim. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai, Ahawa'ah, Nathalanawa, Shaman, Zayat, Lamashak, Yasharala. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies,
For lo, thine enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shall thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on mine enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked that rise up against me.
of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He
tree.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourish.
to show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my
and
rock.
there is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hama'ayawa,
Hama'ayawa,
Ladawad,
Ladawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma,
Ma,
Tawab,
Tawab,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Hashaman,
Hashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Madawafiyawa,
Mayawafiyawa,
Kator,
Kator,
Karamwan,
Ramwan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Haroria,
Haroria,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shem,
Shem,
Tazawa,
Tazawa,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ah, Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Chayayim,
Chayayim,
I,
I,
Hawala,
Hawala,
by Shem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord command the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Rachanawa, Ba'ashralim, Rabiyat, support, turn. 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 Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushai, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushai, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all mercy, all long suffering, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. By Hashem, Yahushai, the water, Yat, Mud. Circle up.
Saluting out with
That's right, take your time.
in the heavenly order.
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Why Yahweh Shai,
Yahushai,
Wakal,
Wakal,
Yasha'Allah,
Yasha'Allah,
Men of Israel,
Men of Israel,
Amaju,
Imagine,
Barak,
Rab, Yahweh Hashem Yahshai Barakatuh.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshai Barakatuh.
Kum Yahshai.
Kum Yahshai.
Kum Yahshai.
Kum Yahshai.
Kum Yahshai.
Kum Yahshai.
Sisters, please stand.
No, Yashamatah.
Jonathan,
Turn to face sisters. You're good, you're good, you're good. You're doing good. I love it.
saluting out the daughters of Zion,
Amaju,
Imagine,
Barak,
Rab,
Yahweh Shema Thumb by Hashem Yahushai. Yashamatah. Dismissed. Fall out. That's good, man. That's good.
man.
You did good, brother. Shalom, everybody online. We'll see y'all on Monday.
Good job, man.